like We have a special meeting tonight. It's special because everyone got an agenda handed to them instead of having to pick it up. No, it's different because we're doing a short public meeting and then we're going to go to our committee meeting, so the committee meetings have been pushed back. With that in line, I'd like to ask everyone to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have roll call, please.
Ms. Bilby? Here. Mr. Fedorcha?
Here.
Ms. Frantz? She's not on the board anymore. Hold on, sorry. Ms. Ms. Husak? Present. Ms. Culp?
Here.
Ms. Snyder?
Here.
Mr. Weber?
Here.
Ms. Williams?
Here.
Mr. Green?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Technically, I guess I should ask if anyone wants to comment on any of the agenda items this evening. We need to open it for public comment. Seeing none, we'll move on to new business. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed. I apologize.
That's okay, I was gonna raise my hand. I was here to talk about policy on the self-defense issue.
You want to speak in the,
Is that what you're?
not anything on this agenda, but
Yeah,
rather
sorry.
something in the other one. Gotcha. Okay. Anyone else? No? If not, we will interview our candidates. Candidate, I think it is. We have one candidate, so if you want to just take a seat up front, and we have a couple of questions for you.
You can either slide forward, you can use the
Or
podium.
you can use that chair,
or you
use
can
this chair, whatever you're comfortable with, doesn't matter. Or you can stand, you
I'll sit
know.
here and make faces at people.
Okay, we have a couple questions, and everyone have a copy of the sheet? All good? Why are you interested in being, we received your name, we received your resume and all other stuff, so we have that, we know a little bit about you. But just a couple more questions. Why are you interested in being on the Northern Lehigh School Board?
Well, I live in the district, so, and I've been here about 16 years now. Actually, I back up to the school, to the middle school. And I am a professor at L-Tri-C, so I've been in education for a while. And I'd like to be able to get more communication between L-Tri-C and the district. And I have formally retired, so I'm semi-retired, and I have time to devote, which I didn't have before.
Thank you. You kind of answered this a bit, but what do you feel you can offer the school board?
Well, I can offer them my expertise of education from a higher education perspective. I also, years ago, was the president of a board of directors, trustees, I never know which one it is, at a charter school. And so I was very involved with that.
Okay.
So I have some background on that. I can offer a different perspective.
Okay, what do you feel is the biggest challenge to education today?
The students.
You only have 10 minutes to answer this.
The students. And it's not that they don't want to learn, it's just, a lot of them just aren't ready to learn the way that we're teaching. Not that we're teaching it incorrectly, it's just that they just don't see it. If you watch some of the TV shows now where they have the younger students and younger people in there, they just don't seem to understand what you're trying to say. So we have to figure out ways to say it to them that they will be able to understand.
It's interesting. Just out of curiosity, in the last 2 years, have you attended any board meetings, or you been at any of our board meetings in the last 2 years?
None of the school board meetings, but I am involved in the Board of Trustees at the library, at
Okay.
Slatington Library. So I am involved in the community, and I do like being involved.
Anyone on the board have any other questions? I'm looking left. Anyone? Tim, down here? No? Anyone to the right have any questions? Okay, this is the procedure, and we're gonna try and solidify this in the future. The solicitor and I argue about this. You were the only applicant, so we vetted you. So you're kind of on the bubble at this point in time.
Okay.
But just because you were the only one applied, doesn't mean you normally get the seat.
Understood.
To get the seat, you need to be nominated by someone on the board and get 5 yes votes. If that doesn't happen, then we will look for other candidates, but that procedure has to be followed. Now, the fact that you're involved in L-Tri-C could put a little bit of doubt in some of the people on this board's mind. I'm only kidding, but.
Because I know you're there too.
Yeah, that's why I said it, yeah. With that in mind, we finished vetting. At this point in time, are there any nominations for the school board seat?
I would like to nominate Joyce Thompson.
Joyce Thompson has been nominated. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations?
I move we close nominations.
I'm sorry?
I move we close nominations.
Second.
Yeah, move motion and a second to close. All in favor of closing, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Now, you understand, this is not a normal motion. You still need the 5 yes votes, so I'm going to ask a roll call on that. So, Madam Secretary, if you would
Do
call
you
the
need
roll,
me
please.
to leave the room?
I'm sorry?
If you needed me to leave the room.
No.
Ms. Bilby?
Yes.
Mr. Fedorcha?
Yes.
Ms. Husak? Yes. Ms. Culp?
Yes.
Ms. Snyder?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Ms. Williams?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, you have received 5+ votes, so you therefore have become our newest school board member. There's one other formality. You need to be officially sworn in, and we have someone here tonight who can do that. So if you would raise your right hand and repeat your oath.
Raise your right hand for me.
This one. This right hand.
I state your name.
I, Joyce Thompson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support,
that I will support,
obey, and defend
obey, and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and the Constitution of this Commonwealth,
and that I shall fulfill the duties
and that I shall fill the duties
of my position as school board director
of my position as school board director
for the Northern Lehigh School District
for the Northern Lehigh School District
with fidelity.
with fidelity.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now I just need your signature here, and then I will notarize this. Thank you. We did provide a seat first.
Thank you very much.
Mrs. Thompson, we have a seat here.
Somewhere, yep.
Again, congratulations.
Welcome aboard.
I will, thank you. I'm so used to clothes. I teach computers.
Okay, that's all we have under new business. Is there any other business to be attended to this evening? Anywhere? No? If not, is there a motion to adjourn? Motion, is there a second? Second. All those in favor of adjourning, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. And we are adjourned. Okay, I think, do we hand out the committee assignments? Copy of that?
They have a copy of it, it hasn't been announced and everything yet.
I know, everybody but me, yeah.
I think we
There we
invite
go.
anyone who wants to come to the table up.
If anybody wants to join the table for Education Committee, please
Yeah.
come up. If you need to slide up additional chairs, please do so.
Some have been requested, some were just filled in. So at this point in time, you now become, I don't know if you have a copy of this.
I do, thank you.
You're now, your new name is vacant, so that will be you for the,
I do well with bacon.
okay. Don't believe half of what I say, so just. you gotta
That's okay.
remember.
I want to thank you all because I put heels on tonight for the first time in years.
So our first committee is education, so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Fidarcio.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I will now open the, once I find it here. Oh, my apologies here.
Be the first one.
It was the first?
Should be education, right?
It should be the first
Oh,
one.
yeah. I passed it, I'm sorry, I lifted it, okay. I officially open the meeting, and at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Stoker.
Thank you, Mr. Fedorcha. Good evening, everybody, and Happy New Year. We'll start with testing. As we move into January, we're starting with our state testing. So the high school is in the process of going to be offering their winter Keystone exams this week. January 7th, there'll be the literature exam all day in the morning and in the afternoon. January 8th, biology. January 9th, algebra 1. We have about 50 students that will be testing in each of those areas. And then makeups will be as needed through January 16th. Dr. Bali and her team at the high school have compiled a schedule for the Keystone exams. I don't know if Dr. Bali, you want to talk a little bit about what that's going to look like since they're virtual instruction days.
Oh, sure. So as we talked about before, we're trying a little bit different schedule this year. We're kind of in line with many of the other districts around the area. We're going to be bringing in our testers only. Everyone else will be on virtual instructional day, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And as Dr. Stoker said, those are the different subjects we'll be teaching per day. They'll be taking per day they're coming in. Mrs. Fink is getting them a great hot breakfast in the morning, so we're going to kind of spend some time with them in the morning, get them engaged, motivated, pumped up to do their best. On the assessment, they'll take the first module in the morning, and then they'll break for lunch and learn. They'll have the lunch and learn to themselves. You know, they think they're pretty special, and they are, because they're working so hard. And then they'll come back in the afternoon for module 2, and then that'll happen on Thursday and Friday as well. So we're hopeful, we're excited, and we want to thank you for your support. And we, of course, have been communicating the schedule repeatedly to the families, so they knew what to expect. And we're excited for the rest of the week and see how they do. So thank you.
Thank you. Additionally, district-wide, we will be giving the WIDA, formerly called the Access for ELS 2.0 as well. This is an assessment that's given in 4 parts: reading, writing, speaking, and listening to every student that is in our ESL program. We have about 65 students that will be testing K through 12 in all of our buildings during this time as well. So January 5th through February 20th is the window for that, and each student is scheduled individually for those assessments with our ESL teachers. So those are the assessments that are coming up in January and then into February. We also have Mrs. Amanda Bariana here this evening to talk about the local data use discussion of Firefly, IXL, and iReady, some of the assessments that we've been using. So I'm going to turn things over to Mrs. Bariana.
Thank you, Dr. Stoker. Hi, everyone. I'm Amanda Bariana. Formerly, I was a 7th grade math teacher in Northern Lehigh School District for 7 years. Last year, I did that in part also while doing some math coaching. This year, I took over as the technology integration specialist. I'm also the data team lead, so I've been doing lots of different things throughout the district, working with integrating technology, working with data, and I still have some hand in the math piloting that we have going forward. If you could. So I am through all 4 buildings, working at Peters. I've been working with teachers K-2, looking at our math pilots, looking at data, and using technology. So for our math pilots, if you're not aware, we have 2 going on right now. We have a Novomat pilot going from K to 3rd grade, and a pilot with a program called iReady going from K to 8th grade. So kind of throughout, just to give us an idea of what those programs look like and how they fit in. At Slatington, we have both programs as well. So we're seeing data from, apologize if I go back to Peters. Peters is still using IXL data, but also we're gathering data from iReady as well to compare. Similarly, at Slatington, using IXL data and bringing in the iReady data as well to compare with those pilots. They also have the Novomat pilots in both those buildings. At Novomat, we are still focusing heavily on the IXL data since they don't have the same built-in data program as iReady does. At the middle school, we are just looking at the iReady program, comparing that to what we currently have and looking at that data as well, along with IXL. One other thing I want to talk about having at both the middle school and the high school right now is the Firefly assessment. So I did come to the board last year and talk about this a little bit. It is a free assessment provided by the state of Pennsylvania. If you could go ahead to the next slide, please. So Firefly, it is taken directly on DRC Insight, which is the application we use to take all of our PSSA and Keystone exams. It is grade level content only. So we have other diagnostic tools that give us an idea of where our students are across different grade levels. This assessment tool, the Firefly, is grade level specific. So, excuse me, as a previous 7th grade math teacher, I did give this with my students, and we looked at just how they were doing in relationship to 7th grade math content specifically. And that works for all tested subjects from the beginning of PSSAs up to Keystones at the high school. So it is in fact a Keystone or PSSA prediction score. It can be given several times a year. Right now we're not at that stage yet. We're kind of filling it out. Last year was a very small pilot, expanding it a little bit this year. So I do have some sample data because I want you to see what it is. Now I'm not presenting this in let's look at data for multiple students. I want to give you an idea of what our teachers are seeing when we do this assessment. So to start with ELA, I'll just give you the whole stack if you want to take one, if you're interested in looking at it closer, and pass the stack down. So this is the results that you get from a Firefly score. So you'll see everything's based on, are we in need of support, near target, or prepared? That's kind of the general outline you get with each score. So you'll see the overall score at the top, and then it's broken down into individual categories for the different pieces that we're testing on here in the middle section, again, based on are they need a support, near target, or prepared. This gives our teachers the opportunity to have discussions with students, focus on specific content, and decide what the best target areas are for their students to focus on. If we move forward with this pilot and as we move forward with the Firefly and our teachers make decisions on how they're going to use this, down here you'll see the different events that we can test up to 3 times a year to see that progression, hopefully progression with our students as we move through. Last piece here, which I will talk a little about in a minute, but was a really powerful tool of student discussions, is the Keystone Performance Prediction, which gives the students a percentage of where, as they are now, that they're predicted to score on the assessment. Are they predicted to be proficient, basic, advanced, below basic? So as you can see with this data sample, there's a 72% chance that the student will score proficient. And this is a really great tool to have discussions with students to give them an idea of what's really happening with their data. So again, this is a literature example. If we go to the next slide, and the literature test, this is the first time this has been given. This was their first year using that. So those teachers are really looking at it as a practice pretest for the PSSA and deciding how to use this in the future. I know they were in favor of starting to use it more than one time to see the progression, have more in-depth conversation with students. Here then is a sample for the Algebra 1 data. As you can see, the basic format is very similar. So if we're using it across content, it helps for parallel language. The categories are obviously different and focused on the subject, but again, based on the support, near target, and compare. So this is now the second year that we are using this Firefly exam with math students. So we did it at the middle school last year and the high school last year only with small cohorts of students. We're expanding it a little bit this year, so we have something to compare with. I was able to work with some of our Algebra 1 students this year and really get hands-on with the students, providing this data for them, having discussions, giving the student a printout exactly like this, talking about what categories they are successful with, what categories do they really need to focus on, what are some that are really close to where they need to be that they can get the best value from practice with. This is where that Keystone prediction score really came in conversation. This is a great example, split right in the middle, talking with students about where they put their effort in and kind of tipping the scale there towards the side that we want them to feel successful if they reach. So what we did with that Algebra 1 class, like I said, we went through, met with each student individually, showed them their data, and then gave them an action plan. We chose target assessment anchors and paired that up with some IXL skills that we discussed using with the assessment anchors that they need to work on, but really emphasizing on the practice behind them and reviewing the steps to do the problems, not just going through skills as much, but really in-depth practice and understanding of what they're doing.
Just a quick question.
Absolutely.
Linear inequality, it looks like we almost didn't make the chart. Is there kind of an explanation for that, or the one that's at 300, where it starts at 300, I'm on this sheet?
Yes, so on the Algebra 1 one, just meaning that students scored significantly lower with linear inequalities, that they have very minimal knowledge of that assessment anchor.
So they were like 300, that's as low as you can go? Okay.
But having the data gives us a place to work off of. So the successful thing that I would talk about with that student.
I would think so.
Right, of course. So I would talk about the student that, linear equations is up at 600. And if we can understand linear equations, we can easily translate that into linear inequalities. Perhaps it was a skill that was missed, that with a small remediation, we can make large strides with that data.
Since a lot of this is a new language,
I'm sorry.
what is ELA?
English language arts. My
Thank you.
apologies.
No, that's okay. I'll ask if I need.
Thank you.
So utilizing this data and some of the others, so we use IXL, we use iReady, all of those other things, right? Using this data, can you take this and populate that into IXL so that they have the practice to get to this? Or what are we doing with the data? I feel like all we're doing is testing our students to find the next level, which I understand we have to do so we can go teach, but I feel like sooner or later we're going to get to the point of all we're doing is testing and not teaching, and we're only working on an area instead of the global holistic person. And I just want to be careful of the data.
Absolutely.
And just asking how we're utilizing that and how those connections happen.
So backtracking first to the first part of that with the different data types, bearing in mind that we are still in that pilot program for the iReady and that is not being used everywhere, and we are making accommodations with IXL and using those in coordination. So that's still in process, but it's really about the application with this. And as I talked about Algebra 1, all right, I tried to mention there, I have a lot of information trying to cover a little time here. But we did really go back. I worked with the teachers. We went back and we partnered IXL with this. We made it directly impactful for the students and showing a direct result of how this relates to what they're already using. So we're using IXL for that diagnostic, for the recommended skills. Then we're saying, here's even more specific to your results in relationship to the PSSA test directly from PSSA Department or Pennsylvania Department of Education. Here's how we can take what we're using in a format you're used to with practice and relate it to this. And again, this assessment being helpful in the fact that, and also I tried to call it assessment as much as a tool, because I really look at it as a tool for teachers, being that it is a shorter assessment. It's on average 45 questions. As we get into practice with it, it should take only one test period. It's not only providing that useful data feedback, but it's getting students used to those types of questions, because these are the same types of questions we'll see on PSSAs, including the new technology questions. So this year is the first year that PSSAs are 100% online across PA, and there are new technology enhanced questions in there that students are now going to have access to and see and be used to interacting with through doing this. So it's really, I like to call it a tool as much as I can.
How many kids are doing it right now?
Currently, it is our 9th grade cohort who is testing for Keystones this year. We have one ELA teacher at the middle school, our 8th grade science students at the middle school who will be taking the Keystone, and one 7th grade math course at the middle school. And I apologize, at the high school, the Keystone literature cohort as well.
I would just add to what Mrs. Bariana shared, that assessment is not a standalone activity. Assessment is absolutely part of instruction, right? They're not separate standalone activities. I'm really happy to hear that you shared that conferencing that's occurring with students, though, because they need to be aware of their results. Whenever I talk about assessment, assessment is part of the instructional process, and it's not an end in and of itself.
And I'm excited, if I could, I don't mean to jump off that, but I am excited to continue working in that place in my new position here in the district. It was wonderful to be able to work alongside with the algebra department and work with students one-on-one and kind of help with that process and continue that through any group that takes this. Again, to make it a useful tool that directly impacts students more than just taking an assessment. Any other questions?
I think this is great because you're
Thank you.
giving the teachers the ability to individualize instruction, but also adapt their instruction for the kids. My question is, when do the kids have time in their schedule for IXL?
It varies by building. Some buildings are using times outside of content times. We have our gold team periods.
It's not taking
and
away from their instruction time, though.
I can't answer that generally across the board. It depends on how teachers are using it, because teachers are still using it for instruction directly, so it is happening in the classrooms as well. It really varies. I mean, I could look more into it and present more on that specifically by building, even by grade, by subject, but it's being used in multiple places.
So I could speak to it at the middle school. At the middle school, our snapshots are done, so those are our quarterly assessments. Those take place in the class. We want to make sure that we're getting as many students as possible, and we're also then giving some rollover time in case we need to catch some of those students who might not be there that day, then we can follow up and win. The consistent use of IXL in terms of working on skills and things like that, that's primarily targeted during our win period.
How long is your win period now?
Is 40 minutes. So, you know, that,
Daily?
yes, yeah, so that gives us that time to work, and then we're not taking any of that classroom time. So that's how we're doing it at the middle school.
I can speak to it at Slatington. IXL is, just like as Mr. Williams said, given out on a quarterly, the assessment is given quarterly. And then in terms of the actual use of IXL, it's used daily at Slatington in our ELA win period, which is a daily period, but it is also used daily inside of our math block. So there's a 15-minute block or block of time inside the math core block that IXL is utilized, and that's part of the intervention small group portion of that block.
Not to prolong the issue, but I just know that there's a lot of new board members, and just to help you understand the tool IXL and why we originally adopted that and then expanded that out across K through 12 is because it's a tool that allows for that type of flexibility where the teachers can assign content that is directly related to their curriculum standards as they're teaching them in that given week, but we can also assign students to participate through the arena and other avenues on individualized pathways that are typically articulated based on that benchmark, and then backtrack in. So if I'm a fourth grader and this fourth grade standard is a standard I'm struggling with, IXL will try to find those prerequisite standards and then build that skill set back up. That's another way that it works. And then of course it serves as a benchmarking tool, because when we do those snapshots, we get a clear picture of that aggregated data and in terms of like where those students are at that time, within that time. So Firefly, and we're piloting that with a group, this would serve to some degree within that benchmarking piece, right? It would be something that would fill that, but IXL currently serves other roles that are instructional, that do really fold over and back and forth in that line between instruction and assessment and instruction and assessment.
Ms. Mariana, do you have anything else?
I believe that's everything I have. I want to thank the board so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker.
Thank you. Next on the agenda this evening, we have a preview of the high school program of studies and some of the exciting things we're looking to do there. I'll turn it over to Mr. Pine and Dr. Bali.
Thank you, Dr. Stoker. Thank you, Mrs. Mariana, for all your work at the high school. The kids have loved conferencing with Mrs. Mariana and alongside with math teachers, so it's been a great thing at the high school. So Mr. Pine and I are going to tag team this presentation tonight. Basically what it is, we realize that the official program of studies approval won't take place until next month, but we are excited and we wanted to provide a preview of some of the substantial changes that we are looking to make for next year, for 26-27 school year, but also provide you the context for these changes. So our work over the past 2 years has focused on ensuring that every student has access to meaningful, flexible, and future-ready learning opportunities that truly reflect their interest, their strengths, and their post-secondary goals. Next slide, please. And as we talk through this, a lot of people have been involved in this work over the past year. Certainly, Mr. Pine has been the person that has led us in these changes. Gabby Wilder has been a tremendous support and researcher and creator of so many things that we've done together, as well as the counselors and just, key teacher leaders. And we couldn't have gotten to this point without all of these people, and I just want to thank them so much. So we have an agenda here tonight. It will include an overview of the research, of the review process. And through that, we did a lot of research in other school districts and what have they been doing, where are the progressive districts, cutting edge kind of things. What are our objectives? We're going to talk a little bit about, our updated career pathways, and that's really how this new program of studies is organized and what that means. Emerging considerations that shape our thinking, and then the recommended changes moving forward. Next slide, please. So over the past 2 years, as I said, high school and district administrators, teacher leaders in collaboration with school counselors and our curriculum council, which is a dynamic group of educators from K through 12 in this district, we really took a look at comprehensively a review of our current program of studies. The work was driven by rapid growth of learning opportunities beyond the traditional classroom. As you know, our world is drastically changing. Our new board member alluded to that. And how do we begin to address the needs of these students that are either going to college or are going into trade school or so many different things, and how are we at our level preparing these kids for this future? So the rapid growth of learning opportunities beyond our traditional classrooms, and those things also include dual enrollment, career experiences, alternative pathways, and opportunities developed through our Chapter 339 plan. So as these opportunities expanded, we found that our existing credit requirements and the way we have them organized, which exceeds state minimums right now, they often created unintended barriers for our students. In many cases, the structure of the program of studies limited flexibility rather than supporting individual pathways, and we're going to get into that a little bit. We also found, through a series of deliberate data-informed conversations, we feel like we're in a think tank all the time. What do we do to provide better opportunities for our kids? As students, were planning and what they would take as freshmen and sophomore and junior and seniors, we shifted our focus from accumulating courses to pathway alignment, what the kids are interested in, what they see themselves doing in the future, and really tailoring their education to meet those changing needs while maintaining our state required credits. So for instance, I said to Mr. Pine today, I could see a question coming up, when we say, how our current program of studies, sometimes created barriers for kids. Well, what does that mean? What do you mean by a barrier? So, we were talking about some things that really came forward. Like, we have students who go into the emerging health program that we are excited about and we're proud of and we talk about. But, those students might need, they couldn't necessarily fit in a fourth social studies credit because they needed more science credit. And they needed a fourth science credit. And so we'd have to give them, during the summer, a Bulldog Academy course so that they could get in the required number of science credits that they wanted for, the pathway they were going, but they still needed to have a fourth social studies credit. So that's kind of why it was so restricted. A student getting into that path, that career, may not always need that fourth social studies credit. So as we talk today, we're going to show how there could be more flexibility and decision making on the part of the student for what they need and what they desire and what they want. So next slide, please. Our primary objective was to redesign the program of studies to remove these barriers, especially those that we just talked about that were related to this rigidity, the rigid credit requirements. We aim to align our credits to enable flexible, pathway-aligned planning that honors dual enrollment, career experiences, or any alternative routes that the kids would want to go into. So by 26-27, through the planning cycle, every student will select courses within a clearly defined career pathway. We're going to look at what those pathways are in a minute. And we're going to ensure that scheduling, staffing, and programming, all of those things which are paramount in a master's schedule, that they all align to students' post-secondary and career goals, in order to make it more relevant for them and to be ready to engage in the world that they're moving towards. Next slide, please. All right, so as you can see, we've developed 7 career pathways. They are aligned to clusters of careers students might pursue beyond their high school years. These clusters include opportunities with post-secondary pathways, ranging from immediate workforce entry to admission to qualifying post-secondary programs, both collegiate and also trade certification oriented. These pathways include STEM careers, health science careers, arts and humanities careers, multimedia technology careers, multimedia and communication, academic studies and education careers, entrepreneurship and business careers, as well as CTE careers. As you can see, choosing a pathway, and this is important to note, doesn't always mean that a student is necessarily going to college, but all of those other things that were mentioned. So this slide just kind of gives you an overview of what our pathways at Northern Lehigh High School will be. They provide students with a coherent structure that connects their coursework, experiences, and long-term goals, rather than just accumulating credits not for no purpose, but for not a really clearly defined pathway. Next slide, please. So students will now experience, and I love this slide, they will now experience scheduling during their high school tenure using a planning guide directly aligned to their career pathway. So we will have, when we start meeting with kids as they enter as freshmen, we are going to have an informed discussion with these kids one-on-one and give them a plan. And that's kind of what we're trying to do at the high school with everything. Mrs. Huzek, you brought up a great question about, assessment. And Dr. Link, you linked, no pun intended, you linked that with it is a part of instruction. But our kids never really realized that. It was always like, why are we taking IXL? Why are we taking Keystone? Why are we? And we gave them a purpose for that. And I think we're gonna see, and we're seeing progress in their proficiency levels because they see a purpose. They see the Keystone as, this is probably the fastest and easiest graduation requirement to get my easiest pathway, right? If it's not the Keystone, it's the NOCTI. If it's not the NOCTI, we find another one for them. But it's meaningful to them, and they see a connection of the assessment to their end path. And that's why what we're trying to do with these early discussions with them as freshmen. What is it? And they're not all gonna know what they wanna do when they come in as ninth grade, but to have that discussion with them early on. These are what we have up to offer. What are you thinking? Where are you, what are you excited about? What areas are you most interested in? So, having these meaningful discussions with them So the focus and direction will allow students from the moment they come in to plan in advance to take classes that are meaningful for their pathway. Some might only be offered, maybe not every semester, maybe they're only offered once per year, so one time a semester out of a year, or maybe once every other semester. So we really have to look at that closely so we strategically plan for them what their pathway looks like. Among these are dual enrollment, LCTI emerging health, animal science intensive programs, work study, mentorship, and increasingly growing set of college and career affiliated local partnerships, which we try and expand more and more every year. So as you can see through this planning document, planning ensures students make intentional, strategic choices beginning in 9th grade. Counselors, teachers, and administrators will collaborate with students to map out a sequence of courses that supports both graduation requirement and career aspirations.
I have a question.
Yeah.
At LCTI, and I'm involved in the OAC there and
Yes.
setting up with their curriculum and everything, they do rotations. Will that be involved here with students doing rotations so they get a little of this and a little of that to see where they want to go?
So if I may just
Yes.
quickly jump in on that, Mrs. Thompson. LCTI last year, it may have even been the previous year, actually has done away with the rotations.
I didn't go to the last meeting.
Yeah, so that's a change.
Okay.
And that was very deliberate through their advisory councils over there on, one, it wasn't compliant with the state regulations and how they can receive credit for LCTI, so it was out of compliance. But two, they found that students were much more engaged the quicker they could get into the program that they wanted to be associated with.
That.
Yeah.
But I just was curious about if you gave them a chance to change.
And
every year.
Yes, yes. And Mr. Pine actually is going to pick up at this point, but he's going to talk about some of our electives and how we have some that are credit electives and some that we're moving towards half credit electives, which gives more flexibility and opportunity for kids to, engage in some of those things that they wouldn't have normally had the opportunity to do. So that's a great question.
Yeah, and just before we're going on, so to answer that question, we don't have a rotation, but this is not intended to lock students in any way. This is intended to sort of give them direction and sort of use our expertise to help them identify early on what steps might need to be taken along that pathway. If a student decides halfway through, of course, we're going to continue to find the educational pathway they need. It just may be a little bit more awkward. And in a lot of the talks that I've been at in regards to the career pathways, it's not even a bad thing if a student goes all the way through the medical pathway and then just decides, you know what, this isn't for me. And now they get a whole nother shot at that moving forward in college, but they've taken meaningful courses on a meaningful educational path. By and large, the districts that have been doing this a few years have validated that's exactly their experience, and that is still very valuable for kids to focus in this way towards their future. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Bali, and I do want to again acknowledge Curriculum Council and especially Ms. Wilder, who did a lot of work in the background helping kind of button some of these pieces up, and Curriculum Council for all the wisdom they brought in terms of their content areas and how each thing may end up aligning. So when you start over turning stones, you find things, right? And that was really what this ended up being. This has been 1.5 years we've been working on this, and as we continue to work through it, we definitely overturned some stones, and it definitely it fueled some conversations that needed to be had, and I'm going to get to one that's particularly necessary about what we're offering to students and how we might want to sort of gradually start making some changes in the way that we even arrange some of our credits and things like that. So we definitely experienced some gaps in our curriculum and course offerings, many of which we worked through, but some we still have to work through. Some challenges in maximizing staff to meet state mandates and student needs, which if in a perfect world, they align, right? State mandates are meant to identify for student needs, but at times they're a little bit wonky, and so some challenges there, and then some constraints caused by the credit requirements, which Dr. Bali had alluded to, which particularly came up in the students' later years in high school when these really amazing opportunities were coming up, but they had remaining credit requirements here that became very challenging to work around in order to satisfy our graduation requirements and make sure that they can take advantage of those opportunities. So I'm going to go through this. Please stop me. At first I was going to say try and follow me and like we'll get through it, but stop me if at any point it seems too winding, because I'm going to go through how we kind of thought through a lot of this. One of the things that did come up immediately as we talked about what students' needs were was a skill gap in our students at the high school level in terms of essential academically oriented technology skills. Things like file management, things like application work and things like that. And a lot of this was attributed to, at one time, we in 9th grade had a computer applications course. It was a 1-credit course. It was standard computer applications. It was all of the Microsoft suite, basically. It was a series of tutorials. There was a book. They worked through activity after activity after activity. We had other issues with it, but one of the biggest issues was that this was a full credit course, which, as you know, with a single FTE at the high school, because it's block scheduling, we get 6 sections out of that teacher's day, out of that teacher's semester, basically. Or 3, I'm sorry, 6 out of the year.
Mr. Pine, you want to, so we use a lot of jargon.
Oh, sorry,
What-
FTE,
what
full-time
does
employee.
FTE
Sorry.
stands for, and full-time equivalent employee.
Yeah, sorry, full-time equivalent, yeah, full-time equivalent, I apologize. So out of that, we would, out of a single year, get 6 sections. For us to run that applications course, that was taking up 3 to 4 of those sections. So even having that teacher, our elective offerings were limited. And so we then also had a state mandate come up and had to move towards beginning the Future Ready course, which was a full credit course, which primarily worked with students on completing the career artifacts that are a state mandate, that are also a requirement. Students must produce 8 career artifacts by the end of their high school career. There are other requirements at the middle and the elementary levels, but simply in high school, they must create 8 career artifacts. That can be things like resumes, cover letters, budgets. There's a lot of flexibility in there, but that course took care of that. So we have these 2 things, right? This went away, this came in order to satisfy this requirement. And since then, the computer applications course, after that went away last year, you'll remember that with the retirement of our business teacher at the high school, that position was repurposed, sort of reallocated into our music department, where we've seen growth, and we're continuing to grow that department. And I'll talk a little bit about the reasons why we made that decision last year and how we got there, but that became one of the problems. So now this year we have a half-time business teacher that works half-time at the middle school who is fulfilling another requirement by the state, which is our financial literacy class. Which we positioned last year as a half-credit course, which we sistered and paired with a new course that we developed, which is AI for Research. And 11th graders are taking that course. Those 2 courses now contain the requirements for the artifacts that used to be in Future Ready. So that's why we were able to accomplish that. They take care of those artifacts. The issue right now is, for one, if we were to try to put in place an integrated technology course to get students trained up on those initial tech skills that they would need for their academic classes, we don't have staff for that, because we have 1 half-time business teacher. So I'm just bringing that forward as we have it right now. That takes care of the career artifacts. And then, so that brings us back to the work on career pathways. So let's go back into that now that the stage is set for that. Well, we recognize that we want to do better across the board, and the career pathways brought that conversation forward, and that will come back next month. There was one area where we identified that there was this undeniable gap. So if you get the next slide, and then this is the original whole set. If you get the next slide, it'll zoom in there, and it'll bring up. This is what our entrepreneurship and business career pathway currently looks like. So I think it's pretty immediately clear that it's lacking courses that support this student group. And this is a group that actually, we looked this up, and on a national level, 20% of students who go into college go into majors that are affiliated with business and entrepreneurship skills. We definitely, those elective recommendations up there, I mean, those are things we think those students should take, because in all of our career pathways, we're not setting this up as you take classes in one department for electives. We think that intro to psychology does make sense if you're going to go into business. Intro to sociology can make sense. Public speaking clearly could make sense, but none of these courses are what we would typically call business courses. Business courses, we'll see later. I mean, you know, then we include things like intro to business, entrepreneurship, sports management, business law, things like that. So again, this was not wholly unexpected, but I feel like it's worth pointing out that this is one of the really powerful things that I hope continue to come out of using this type of focus for our program of studies at the high school, where we really, as we mapped out what it might actually look like for this student, we found, well, this is an area that's wanting. This is an area that we need to come back and address again. So not wholly unexpected. Last year, you'll remember, we always knew that we were going to be bringing this back, that we were going to be looking, well, asking to bring this back, to bring this position back in after we had some time to restructure, reorganize, and make sure that we strategically had a schedule that teacher could run that would actually fill this with meaningful offerings.
So, Mr. Mike, just to confirm, you're suggesting that this is not the actual plan of study. That's basically what you're saying is this isn't what it's going to look like.
If we went
Come
to our
next year.
program of studies of available offerings right now,
Got
this
it.
is what it does look like.
Okay.
So like we did this working off of where we are right now. And like I said, that the nice thing was, I mean, this really put in front of us, oh wow, like look at this.
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Mr. So this here is a visual representation of the gap.
Got it. Understood now. I was hoping that was the case, that the example was, this isn't the example of what an entrepreneur business career is, because we need to relook at it. So thank you. Just clarifying the conversation.
Yeah.
So again, even accounting for the current business teacher that we have, taking that next step of adding that course would still continue to be problematic. And so what we really are, I think, I'm just going to put it out there, is looking at is recommending that we bring back that additional one full-time equivalent teacher into the business department, because much of this plan is contingent upon that.
So I do see on here a lot of LTRI-C and LCTI courses. Is there still a availability of those, or are you looking to have these students stay within the district?
So the ones that we have listed up there right now are courses offered by teachers in our district. That's correct, right?
So you're saying that
Yes, okay.
LTRI-C Introduction to Sociology is a teacher we have here certified to teach LTRI-C class?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is there any, I've been in hearing, having students actually attend LTRI-C versus having our staff teach that class to be part of another cohort of classes. So I'm wondering why the request for the immediate teacher if that is still available.
Okay, so
Does that make sense?
are you talking about the business the FTE for the business?
Any of them, in reality. Like if we look at that, I know it's great that our teachers are teaching it. I want to see our teachers teaching it. I want to see our students in our district. But at the same time, I would also love to see our students learning from others.
Okay.
And learning at a broad, because when I hear some of this, like my daughter's going to take a class, she's going to take it online with one student. Why is she doing that? Right? I don't want her to do that, but that's the class that she's in.
Okay.
So when I think about that, what learning is she's basically teaching herself or watching a video or doing something where we want these students to get that education, if it's truly entrepreneurship or business or any of these things, to understand that collaboration, to go out and get other views, not just what we're able to do here or have one or two kids because the cohort doesn't want an entrepreneur and business career. They all are, the 10th grade class all wants arts and humanities, as an example. Yeah, right? I know it's not the case, but just kind of digging to that to look outside of the general learning environment. Because right now we're saying that it has to be our teachers, and I'm not sure that it does.
So a couple of things. One, like a couple of things are true here. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Did you have something else?
I was just going to say, well, teaching at LTRC, I have many dual enrollment students from many different of our school districts. Depending on the courses and the time of day, they come and onto campus and come to class. Some of my courses are online courses, so they can do them anytime. They can do their regular curriculum during the day and then do that when they come home, or sometimes they do it in a study hall. So I get a lot. The teachers that teach in the school districts, there has to be a full class to be able to do that, rather than just specific students. Does that?
No, it does. So, I mean, there's a bunch of things going on here, which is exactly what we're trying to create, right? We're exactly trying to create an opportunity for a bunch of things to happen. One, I'm going to speculate your daughter's taking a Bulldog Academy class, which are asynchronous classes. And again, a lot of times we're scheduling students into those because we don't have an opportunity in our buildings. We don't have an opportunity to send them off to. Like, we just don't have that. So the best example is foreign languages, right? So students who are taking foreign languages outside of Spanish are by and large taking those through Bulldog Academy. They elect to do that. I hope they have more than one student in the class with them. But regardless, a lot of it's asynchronous. So it is a lot of fairly static learning by which they then work with the teacher at request, right? So they schedule time to work with the teacher and things like that. It's not synchronous live instruction, which I think is also what you were talking about in terms of the evening work. That's one thing. That's one thing that we offer to a lot of students in order to create that flexibility. The other thing in terms of the difference between what we'd be looking to do here and what LTRC or another dual enrollment program would offer is we're really offering the basic, right? I mean, like if we're going to do an intro to entrepreneurship class, which I'll talk about, and I'll talk about why I think it's a half credit class for us, because we want to get students' appetites whetted, right? We want to get them thinking about it. We want to get them to understand what it is a little bit. But we're not going to teach them to be entrepreneurs, right? Like, we're going to teach them to get some of that thinking going, so that then when we get into those upperclassmen grades, which this will help later on when I start talking about credits as well, is why we think it's so important to have that flexibility up there. Then we really can match them up with those other programs where they'd be able to do that. So like, honestly, what we'd be looking at here in terms of this program would be to address 9th graders, 10th graders, and 11th and 12th to whatever degree they want, right? But then hopefully a student who's really going to go into business and entrepreneurship, we can find other opportunities for them by 12th grade. And so that's why each one of these career pathways at the bottom, and it's not the list we want yet, right? It's the beginning list. It's a commitment. I mean, a lot of times I talk to people and I say, I build traps for myself, right? If I want to make myself do something, I'll put it on paper. So like, if I want to say, like, we're going to strive to get more and more partner opportunities each year for our elder students so that they can get a stronger career pathway, we're going to write that on the paper right now, even though we may only have 3 things for this particular pathway right now. Health sciences has a couple of more. Like, there are others where we have some additional partner opportunities built in there. But like, we are focused on making sure that by the time students are seniors, if that's something they want to do, that we can support them and scaffold them into whatever that next stage is. Right. But I do still think that we need the courses here to act as part of that scaffold. And I think that goes back to even the getting rid of the applications, computer applications. I mean, bringing this back as integrated technology in 9th grade, again, is part of that scaffolding process of making sure students are getting skills that they need for each next stage as they move along. I don't want to go if anyone else has anything to say. And I also lost track of where I am. So.
Well, since you're trying to get your thoughts.
Thanks.
First, I love the different pathways, because I wish I had this when I was in high school, because it's goal-oriented. It provides the kids with a checklist. Not everybody's a checklist person, but I am. I would love to have this to check off things. It takes away that overwhelming feeling of, am I getting it all so that I can graduate on time? And it helps with scheduling too, which I know that's always a big issue. I am concerned. I was a technology teacher here in the district, and I was always concerned with the fact that we are losing our technology instructors. And I hear you talking about wanting to bring one back. I thought we should have never lost them, all the way from elementary all the way up. My question, you said you're proposing bringing back a business ed teacher. What are they going to be teaching? Are they going to be teaching integrated technology? Or what does that entail?
Yeah, so let me get through like two more pieces here, and then I have that all mapped out.
Okay.
What our current plan is in terms of what their schedule would look like over a 2-year period, and I'll talk about why it's over 2 years as well when we get there. Next slide. So yeah, so our recommended changes right now, so with our primary target here with Career Pathways is that we want to remove barriers and increase opportunities. We want to remain in alignment with state law, right, and policy. And so in order to do that, we'd like to make some changes to the way that we have credit alignment. And this isn't directly up here, but this will come a little bit later. One of those is directly referring to what we said before about the fact that right now we have a 4-credit requirement in social studies and a 4-credit requirement in math. We have a 4-credit requirement in ELA, English, because that's required by law. That's, so, but in science, we have a 3-credit requirement. And so we really got to talking like, well, why did that end up that way, right? And as we talked about it more and more, we were like, well, what about students who really, like, science is where they're going? Isn't it fair to say maybe they don't have to take that 4th social studies class if it allows us to be able to create a schedule that gets them to comfortably take those additional science classes? So that is one of the things that we're going to be looking at here. The other thing that actually we ended up, when we looked at the credits, is we currently have a 3-credit PE health requirement as part of our graduation requirements here. The state requirement is 1 credit for PE and health. Now, we are not recommending that we go down to 1 credit. We're not looking at, we really wrestled with a lot of different ways to do this, because we could probably get to 1 credit by doing, or 1.5 by doing half credits each year, because we want to have students have PE and health every year. But we realized that offered us a little bit of flexibility as well. Because the problem that we're running into is we're trying to create more opportunities for students. We're realizing that locking ourselves into 1 credit for everything is a problem. And as we looked at other programs and studies from other school districts, this is not the norm. An intro to business class is not a full credit class in most school districts. It's a half credit class. And we as a district just have always put things into place as 1 credit. If we create a new course, apocalyptic lit, public speaking, it becomes a 1 credit course. And we realize that now we can't do that. We can't get this new business teacher and make a recommendation to you in good conscience that's going to essentially lock them up in mandated courses all day long, when we recognize that right now the other half-time business teacher is teaching 1 mandated course, financial lit, and then this new integrated technology course is something that we'd be requiring of every student, and to make that 1 credit would lock up over half of their schedule. So we'd like to make that a half credit class. We'd like to then move what is currently our AI and research class, which is the half credit course that's married to financial literacy. No, I'm totally off script. Is married to financial literacy. We'd like to move that into 9th grade and pair that up with the integrated technology class. So students will have integrated technology, and then they'll have an AI research and literacy course in 9th grade, which we actually think is better anyway, because it means that students will be front-loaded at the beginning of their high school career with that entire knowledge set, right? Here's how I use AI, here's how I use it responsibly, here's how I should understand teachers' limitations on that, here's how I should communicate about all that, here's how I should use it for research, all at the beginning. Financial lit, though, is still a half credit course. Well, what do we do with those students for the other half of the time? And that's when we started looking at PE and health. And we were like, well, we could make this a half credit course in 11th grade, maintain full credit PE and health classes through 9th and 10th grade, which is really where we're front loading a lot of the drug and alcohol awareness, a lot of the sex education, a lot of those types of things that students need to understand as early as possible to try to help them avoid making mistakes, and front load that into those first 2 years. And then in that 3rd year for what's currently Wellness Fitness 3, we would make that a half credit course. This aligned well with another conversation we've had for about 3 years now with our PE and health teachers, who would really love to be able to offer niche electives like net sports, team sports, weightlifting, personal fitness. And if we offer these as half credit courses for all 11th graders across, we can actually create a little network of offerings. It'll be small to start, that'll be driven by student interest. And I think the phys ed teachers are pretty excited about that part. I think they were nervous about like the reduction of the credit, but I think as we talked about that, they were pretty excited about that part. Okay, so I don't know where I am in all of this. I've completely lost track, but if you go to the next slide, I want to talk through with you what the actual credits situation looks like, and then I want to answer your question, Mr. Weber, about what would this person actually teach. And again, we're looking to see that evolve. This is actually a department that we think should be evolving pretty constantly. And so right now, these are our credit requirements that are currently being looked at: math, social studies, and then wellness fitness. So if you, next slide, please. So this is what we'd like to see this adjusted to. 3 credits in math and 3 in social studies, lining up with what we currently have in place for science. We'd like to alter, or I guess add in lieu of that, if you see towards the bottom, that every student must take an additional math, science, or social studies credit. So again, this gives the student more choice here. Instead of saying you have to take 4 of this, maybe science is what they take that 4th credit in. They would take it in that instead. They have to take 1 additional credit in one of those areas, which they would work through with their school counselors, again, based on their future plans and their future interests. And then we would have, for wellness fitness, 2.5 credits. That would be matched up with our financial literacy class. Oh, I don't know if I said this. It's going to be extraordinarily hard to ever move financial literacy because it's a state requirement. And so whenever we move it, we'd have to figure out how to cover 2 grades of instruction to compensate for that shift. That was one of the other handcuffs that, like, again, stone got turned over, found more problems. And then integrated technology and AI for research would each be a half credit. No change to our overall credit requirements. So I want you to understand, we're not at all saying we should lower the standard or the credits for students. We just want to create more flexibility in how they spend their time here. And then get to that point where those things that are worth credits that they might do as co-curricular expansions upon their education here, such as emerging health, such as veterinary sciences, that those things would then be available to them more readily when they get to senior year. And to answer the question about the business teacher part, so I know this is a lot because these are just webs that came out, and it's why we didn't want to bring it all to you at once next year. If you do the next slide. This is right now what we think we could accomplish with the return of the full-time equivalent into the business department, not taking it from the growing music department, of course, but as we always intended, bringing it back with more intention, a better plan, and a more poignant set of classes for students to select from. So obviously I said the integrated technology course would be part of this. Right now we think that we can do that in 4 sections. So that would be 4 sections of integrated technology, and then on the other end of that would be 4 sections, that's not on here because that's run out of the library, the AI for research course. We then think that we also may need this person to help with financial literacy because some of our numbers from our students at LCTI are catching up to us because we need to give this to every single student. So right now we're anticipating we're going to set that aside. If we get this person, we're going to also need some additional support for the financial literacy course to take students, sorry, not to like co-teach or anything like that. That still leaves us 3 full credits right off of the bat to be able to use to put in what we think are going to be the types of perfect courses that students should get. And instead of it being 3 classes, we can expand that over 5 classes if we make them half credit classes. Accounting is a 1 credit class, advanced accounting is in the 2nd year too. I can't find anywhere where they make accounting less than a credit. Accounting seems, I never took accounting. It seems pretty intense. So accounting is a 1 credit course. I'm not gonna fight every other district in the county or the state on that. Accounting is a 1 credit course. But these other ones are typically half credit courses. Sports management and business law. All the feedback we've gotten from the school counselors from their conversations with kids is that kids are gonna eat these up. That kids will be really excited about something that's super relevant like that. but we also feel like it's important to put some intro classes in right off the bat, especially since we haven't had classes like this. Although at the middle school, I think we've had some support for this with the work that you were doing, Mr. Weber, and with what Mrs. Jones is doing right now for entrepreneurship in particular, but an intro to business and intro to entrepreneurship class. We're keeping these as half credits. The blue boxes they'll automatically be linked to each other at first. Right now, we don't have enough half credit classes to be saying, well, you can take intro to business and then we'll find you public speaking half credit. We haven't done that work yet, right? At some point, we would like there to be enough half credit classes that we don't have to necessarily link these together. But I said that thing about trapping myself. I want to trap us into continuing the conversation about half credit classes because I think it really is going to be a pathway forward for us to get a lot more diverse offerings for our students. And offerings that, again, just lay that groundwork for them to do more advanced work as they move forward and perhaps take L-Tri-C classes and move off into their post-secondary lives. Why are there 2 years up here? So this is another benefit of the work that we're doing with graduation pathways, career pathways, two different types of pathways. Career pathways is that by planning early and planning often using that sheet, we're going to finally be able to be strategic about when we offer things without feeling like we're denying students. So if a student wants to take the business pathway and we know accounting 2, advanced accounting, is only going to run every other year, we can plan for that. And we can say in 9th grade, if you're going to get into advanced accounting, we're going to need to do that in 11th grade. So that means that we need to work on these things up to and around there to make sure that you can take that advanced accounting class. We're doing this in other areas like AP Bio, where we typically run low numbers. And again, like that's just going to be a much more efficient and effective use of staff to help the most students possible. But so that is why this is set up that way. Is Dr. Volley and I don't know if Ms. Crucial will be here next month. They'll talk more about that next month with the program of studies, but that's why this is set up that way. You'll hear more about some of the other ways that we're going to look to try to strategically have courses run every other year so that we can, again, create more offerings for students.
I just have one question. So if you, like you say 9th grade, you select which pathway they want to go into, like health and sciences or whatever. So say in 9th grade, they take some of those classes, they're like, this is absolutely not for me. Will you be able to switch them to something else? And then let's say in 10th grade, they do the business, they're like, this isn't for me. Are you guys going to be always like, well, of course the guidance counselors, are they going to be working with them to like try to place them in, because I mean, there's always going to be that student that doesn't know what they want to do.
Yeah. So it's funny, and actually that goes exactly back to the conversation I had with the assistant superintendent at Palisades. They're one of the districts that's been doing this for years, and the conversation that we had about like, well, if a student goes through this entire pathway and they're unsuccessful, isn't that better than if they did that in college?
Right.
And so actually, in some ways, and I hadn't really thought about it until you just said that, you could think about some of the ways that we're going to be designing the student schedules as being a little bit like that undergraduate experience, where a lot of the work that you're giving students in the beginning is sort of I'm sorry, what's the word I'm looking for here? Like general eds, right? Like the gen eds. And so like, they're going to have English, math, science, social studies freshman year, right? They're going to have some elective experience. So in that way, they're not like diving in on all those elective courses and then making, so like by the time they're in like later 10th and then into 11th grade, hopefully they're a little more stable. Because like then at that point, like they would be taking more of those classes that are really structured around that. In addition to, I mean, 11th grade, they still have to take their third ELA or third math, third science, third social studies. Right. It's really, so again, it's really 12th grade actually, where like they hopefully they have a pretty good idea, because I mean at that point like they'd really be investing in something that's that next leap, forward into their career lives.
Mr. Pine, I have a question, and I'm not sure if we were going to go somewhere else going forward, but could you go back one slide?
Yeah.
Actually, 2 slides. Okay. So here's where you mentioned that you were going to go from the 4 courses to 3 courses as far as what is required. Is there any way you would take those courses where we're above the state numbers and use those for electives? Like you said, they only need 3 social studies, they only need 3 something. Would you be looking to do delete another 1 course and make that into other electives or something?
So yeah, so first of all, we're not getting rid of any classes, right? So like out of the program of studies, no classes are going to go away. It's going to be the requirement of the number of classes that a student has to take within that. And no, but that's a really good point, because actually, as we've been talking departments, we actually really like the idea of a department. English already has a couple, right? Like, I mean, social studies has intro to soc, intro to psych, right? Students are going to be gravitating towards those electives within the departments that line up with that career pathway. And so in some ways, like, let's say math right now, math is an area where we have electives, I guess if you call like calculus an elective, right? It's part of the math sequence. But we don't have, I mean, some schools have a coding class that's part of their math department. I mean, I don't know if, I don't know, coding, I mean, I'm not sure how that works right now with AI. But like, I don't know if that's it, right? But there are other opportunities there. Math is another one of those where we could look at that. I know one of the things they initially asked about was the ability to perhaps reinstitute remediation classes for students who are unsuccessful on state tests. I don't know what we think about that yet, but like there's certainly going to be the ability to create other offerings. If does that answer your question? Like they would have.
It was like, you know, if you're saying we are above what the state requires, can we use those extra courses or extra type of a course to offer different opportunities for the students? So that was my question.
Yeah, that's actually, and that's our goal by taking it down to 3 instead of 4, is that we can just have more freedom and more diversity in the way that we sort of shape these students' program experience throughout.
I'd love the half credit thing I think it's a great idea. I think kids.
It was all an accident. It was a series of unfortunate accidents.
The devil's advocate for a second. We don't score very high in math. As a country, we are failing our kids in math. Taking away that 4th math concerns me.
Sure.
I seen our results from last year at the end of the year when you guys did and we're still, you know, below basic in a lot of these kids. Should we be taking away that 4th math class? That concerns me.
So a couple, I mean, so I guess the measure matters, right? So, I mean, I think what you're talking about then would be like state assessments, the NAEP, et cetera, right? So those tests, Algebra 1 is the conclusion of those tests, right? And every student at the high school will have taken Algebra 1 by the end of freshman year, which means that there still remain 2 additional credits of math, potentially geometry, right? Algebra 2, with some of our students who need to take Algebra 1 again, additional Algebra 1 or Algebra 1A, 1B, or sort of full year algebra class. Some of the students end up with those 2 credits just on Algebra 1. And then they would take geometry after that. In terms of state tests, there's nothing that happens in that 4th year of math that relates to the test. Right, it's typically moving students forward into more, I would say advanced maths. I think historically what it's been a lot of times is that students end up spending a long time in algebra.
I just read a study that a lot of the kids that are going into college now are remedial math classes because they're not doing well in their math going into college.
Too many.
So, yes. So aren't we failing them by taking away another chance for them to get a math class that they need?
So again, I don't want to speak for every college test, but I think the majority of that is Algebra 1. Mm-hmm. It is still Algebra 1. So it's, I guess the question we ask ourselves is, after 3 years of Algebra 1, is the student going to be proficient on a test in Algebra 1 if they haven't been up until that point? Is a 4th year the best investment of that student's time, when we know by that time that there are things they want to do that they can learn well and move forward with? So again, the measure matters. If the measure is the goal, I would say that most of what happens after sophomore year doesn't affect that measure, just in curriculum in general, right? Because they move forward into, at the very least, geometry, which is not tested after 8th grade. At the very least, away from Algebra 1, away from what they are actually tested in.
Can I just jump in on the math side of things? We're not losing the math because, as a former math teacher and somebody who has a degree in math, I was concerned about this as well. We're not moving away from having students take math, because they still have that opportunity if math is a direction they're going, if engineering is a direction they're going, if they need prob and stats to go into a health profession. They still have that ability to take that math course as part of that math, science, or social studies choice. So it doesn't go away. It's just flexibility for maybe those who aren't going into that particular area, maybe need another social studies or need the other science because they're going into the health promotions. So I shared your concerns, but I believe that the plan that they have developed doesn't lose that math credit if the students want or need that math credit.
I'm just concerned with looking at at the end of the last year when you guys were given all of the data. I worry that we're failing our students by not offering, and if they needed more remedial classes, maybe we're going it a wrong way, especially with reading too. A lot of our kids aren't reading at grade level. Like, I worry that those things aren't coordinating if we start taking that, you have to take another math, even if it's, not calculus or whatever, but I worry that that's gonna take away and even lower our at that point anyways. So that's a concern I have.
I will tell you, as a person in school, my guidance counselor gave me some bad advice and says you don't need a foreign language to get into college. So I found out I did it. So I actually was taking trig and business math the same year because I just had to take a class. But I took trig and business math in the same year. I mean, we're talking apples and oranges,
So I'll use my example, okay? I went through school, hated math, was terrible in it. I actually went into a field, health sciences, and I went and chose a field that I did not need a lot of math. I needed the basic maths and things like that, and I went to El Tri-State. And I chose not a physical therapist, but an occupational therapist, which didn't require a lot of math. So I get what you guys are doing. I understand the concept of you have to take math. You have to take it, how many credits are for so long. But if you're in 10th grade, 11th grade, and you're like, I'm going to go into the health sciences, but I'm not good at math. Okay, well, what can you do in the health sciences that doesn't require something like that? So it's really a matter of conversation of, if you're not really good in one of these areas, let's not force you to take a fourth class in this that you're just going to be failing and not feeling good about yourself. Let's find something that makes you feel good about yourself. You can still succeed and be successful.
Guidance
That's kind of where,
counselors.
yes. Definitely your guidance counselors have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and they're amazing right now. I mean,
They are
I think
amazing.
that this has really sort of created, and again, not to avoid the credit conversation, right? Because I just don't want to jump into it. But like, this has created kind of a framework that they can consistently step into with the students and bring forward year after year and kind of continue that conversation.
Maybe there's a different level of a math course that's not higher, like a geometry or something. Maybe something more specific to
Well, I know when
careers
I
or
had
different things.
When I
Business
went
math
into
or something.
college, I had to retest, and I had to take a basic math because I lost a lot of that skill. And when I took it in college, it was just like, oh, okay, this isn't as bad as, but I was more focused on and ready to learn,
Just a thought, instead of going up all the time, maybe we should offer something that we redo again,
like the
or
remedials or
reteach
something.
again.
Like a more lateral.
Yes, instead of going up everything, since we have the half credit or whatever, even for the fourth credit, instead of always trying to progress, which we know we're not succeeding at.
Basic math, rather than
Yeah.
And those tape measures, those fractions, those kids, they lose it in kindergarten, first, second, third, fourth grade. Then they're out in the field and they're hands-on doing stuff that requires them to read fractions and use a tape measure. They struggle so much.
For the construction field.
We see it all the time. We see it all the time.
I understand the dilemma. When I was a junior, I had a choice between taking German 3 and Latin 1, both of which were extremely useful in my career as a pay telephone salesman. So I can understand some of the things you're putting up with today. It's like, I'm kidding.
But I mean, the goal, one of the goals here with this and with the half credit move in particular as we move forward is to create diversity in what we offer. We're a small district, and if we continue to be locked into one credit requirements, we're just going to struggle. And so I think that conversation is going to continue to grow. Right now, it looks a little bit like it's basically sports management and business law as a course. But over time, we do want to continue to see that modularity grow, so that way students have more opportunities. I mean, we think every student in the business probably should be taking a public speaking class. And, you know, that's a 1 credit, full credit class right now. That's a lot of time in your schedule. We think, you know, maybe that's something we can look at, so.
Is 1 credit 2 semesters and half a credit 1 semester?
So because we're block scheduling, 1 credit is 1 semester, but it's 90 days, 90 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So instead of in a traditional schedule where a class might be approximately 45, 47 minutes long, and you have it for the full year, our classes run 90 days, 90 minutes.
So how many credits do they take a year?
Students take 8.
8
Yeah.
a year?
Correct. Yeah.
That was gonna be my question, just because if you go to a half credit course, what does that mean to that block schedule?
Yeah, so that's what we're still working through.
Yeah,
So like I said, it started last year with the AI because we had to put financial literacy in.
Yep.
We didn't have staff to staff that with full credit classes. The state requirement's a half credit. And then we looked at it and we were like, we can fit these standards in a half credit. We also see AI coming up as a prevalent concern, and students need to learn about AI, how to use it responsibly, ethically, and appropriately, right? So we created that half credit course on the other side, which is being run out of the library. That was our first dabble into half credits. And then this year, when we were looking at, we need to bring this position back, we already have had this outcry of we need these integrated technology classes for all students. They need to be able to do these things, right? We realized, well, this is just gonna eat up a whole nother schedule. We need to get to a point where we can get these to half credits. So then we started looking at other ways. And then, like I said, with sports management, business law, intro to entrepreneurship, everywhere we look, these are half credit classes. So we're like, you know what, we're gonna write them as half credit classes. Yes, they may necessarily be coupled right now, but we're going to continue to look for these opportunities because it does mean challenges. Just like in a traditional schedule, when a student hits January on a half credit course, and then they need to have a class that they're taking in the spring, we have the same thing. It's just we have it more times during the year.
The other question I have is, you said that each student takes 8 credits each semester, 9 through 12. Math means 32.
Yeah. 8 in a year. Yeah, 8 times
Right?
4. Yeah,
8
yeah.
times 4.
32, correct.
You indicated 26 credits.
Yes.
Where are the other credits, or what happens to those students in the difference in time between the 26 and 32?
So in different things, right? And I mean, you can jump in on here, right? Like LCTI obviously is one of them. LCTI's labs, we say that the remainder of their credits are filled, but it doesn't exactly function that way. They're running through their labs during LCTI, and we equate that to our credits across the entire time. It provides the opportunity for students to not be successful in classes, right? Which we know happens throughout high school careers. Obviously, if we made it a 32 credit requirement, you know, a student fails a class, you might as well drop out. I don't mean that, but I mean we'd be in a situation where we'd have no room for them to be able to have that. And then again, with some of these other opportunities, students need to travel to places. Right? So there are just gaps within their credits that need to exist. We can't tighten it into 32 and achieve any of that stuff. So we didn't want to lower them at all, right? We wanted to keep them where they were, but we certainly, I think we'd be hard pressed to raise them without running into the same types of constraints for some of the things that we really want to happen with kids, you know, moving forward.
Just balancing the time that students require education. And I totally agree with everything you just said. I respect that. There's times you need remediation, times you need travel, and all of those things. But at the same time, I'm like, all right, you just said 90 minutes times 90 days, and now we're 6 times that, and all of a sudden, that's a semester and a half that we're not teaching students.
They're still taking classes. But
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Like, what do
It's
they
not that
take
they're
during
just
that
done.
time?
Right.
Yeah, they're still taking classes. They can fill their schedule with additional electives. They can go out and take a college course, an AP course, a Bulldog Academy class, take something else in maybe a different pathway if they're interested in maybe something that's dual. But they're not just done.
They're not allowed, so let me ask it this way. They're not allowed to just say, I want to take a study hall because I don't have a class to take.
Yeah, that's not an option.
I will offer that some of our students very successfully graduate ahead of schedule. for all the right reasons. They've met all the requirements and they're ready to go out and either start college early or go into the workforce early. So we do actually have more and more students doing that, and there's a very rigorous process that they need to go through with all the Mr. Weber check boxes that they have to check to be able to achieve that. So we have students, and I'm going to say that that number grows 1 or 2 students each year where they say, I'm eligible to graduate early, I'm going to go start the next phase of whatever I'm doing. But of course, we still let them come back and walk across the stage when that time occurs. So even if all those other available opportunities that they could access while still in our building or one of our partner organizations, they have all those opportunities, but if they're not interested in them, and it's actually going to then turn into, this is a student that is unmotivated in the course that they're in, which often becomes a behavioral concern, or they're bringing other students off task and they're ready to move on to the next stage, we let them.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're not just saying, yep, you can have a study hall today.
And we do have, to that end too, we do have quite a few students that either work in the morning and then come in and opt to come in for lunch and learn, I will add, and then go to block 3 and 4, or the reverse. They come in the morning, they have classes in the morning, and then they'll go to work. And we work with partners, local partners, they might go to different places and acquire credits that way too. So we're, it's a lot of options, and we're trying to even broaden those, with partnerships with colleges and things like that. But yeah, we're moving in the right direction for sure.
I just think we ought to consider the more of a remedial course or something somewhere instead of like, Natalie said, do we have to keep going up? Because I believe we're failing those students who need the extra help.
Right, and we've had those same, discussions, especially with our math department. What is it? What do we need to look at different, approach differently? All of that has been integral in these discussions too. So,
I just think going forward, just needs to be a little more focus put on that instead of always continuing like the dual enrollment or other things or AP courses.
How do we give them a stronger foundation?
How do we give them a foundation?
Yes.
There. If you're saying you have math available, a person available to teach it, okay, let's consider that.
Well, what we expect to happen is that as these credits come down, we will see increased opportunities to create courses like that, to create additional courses that are outside of the typical sequence. Right now, our staffing is such that we typically in all of our content areas run the typical sequence. Our schedule every year, our English department largely teaches English 1, English 2, English 3, English 4, right? I think that we could have more opportunities in the future to say, hey, we can put these 2 sections together now for what, I would guess trig, right? Pre-trig, the trig pre-calc, the students would take in that 4th math. We can put these together now and we can create a business math course. But right now we don't have that. We don't have the staffing to accomplish that. So.
We need to do something about that then.
Mr. Pine, what are you looking for tonight from the committee? Was this just more of an informational piece, or was it more?
It was to some degree to break up what we thought was a really complex conversation, because next month we're going to be coming with the actual program of studies, and this is all embedded in the way that that's shaped right now. And like I said, I referred to a couple of times throughout the course of this. I know that Dr. Bali and Ms. Crucial will be talking about some other things that are changes that, again, will get folded together with this conversation as we move forward with that. So not looking for there's no motion, there's nothing. It was conversation. To see.
If board members have additional questions, please email them to me. I'll get them to Mr. Pine, and maybe we can get, try to turn them around by this Friday's update. But if not, we'll at least know what areas we need to focus on during next month's presentations. I'd just like to say thank you for that conversation. That really is, kind of why we're here. Dr. Bali, Mr. Pine, nice work.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's all that we have for the Education Committee this evening. Mr. Fedorsha, do you want to close it out?
I hate that. Have any other questions? Seeing no questions, I move to adjourn. And I'll turn it over to...
I'll go ahead and open up the policy committee.
I'll just remind you, Gail, I think we have someone in the audience who
Yes.
you were aware of that.
Will do.
Okay, wants to speak on that. Thank you.
If you're okay, I'll add you to the new business section, but for right now, I'll turn it over to Dr. Stoker to start with the old. Is that good? Perfect, thank you.
Yep, then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Link. Do you need this or do you have?
I have it. If you could just maybe just disconnect yours so it doesn't confuse the system. There we go. Okay, so this evening we don't have any new policies to bring forward. Believe it or not, Dr. Stoker has us all caught up with policies as they, right? Which is a monumental lift.
Until we left for break and they decided to publish more.
And literally, I think the Friday that we left for break, the SBA released a new batch of policies that we'll be working on. So congratulations, get back to work. This evening, we're going to have a follow-up conversation on two topics that this committee asked administration to go back and look further into. The first one is parents as coaches and volunteer coaches, and also the student handbook as it relates to self-defense language when it comes to student altercations. So I'd like to share with you a draft language for an AR, an administrative regulation, as it relates to parents as coaches or volunteer coaches. So we have policy 122, which is our extracurricular activities policy. That's already board approved and in place. What I'm going to share with you now is an administrative regulation that would be attached to that policy, kind of putting some parameters, or maybe a better word is expectations around parents as coaches. So I'm going to kind of walk you through this. I'm going to share that administration does not recommend we change anything. Okay, so administration is not recommending that we come to an AR. We believe we have protocols in place to address concerns as they come up. However, we're responding to a request or a direction from the committee saying, please come up with something. So we're starting with an administrative regulation, and we're trying to use the conversation from last meeting to capture any concerns. So the purpose of this AR is to establish clear guidelines for permitting parents and guardians of student participants to serve in paid or volunteered roles as coaches or advisors in district-sponsored extracurricular activities. I'm not going to read that verbatim for you, but I'll just let it hang there for a few seconds. Okay. The scope of this AR captures these two bullets here. All extracurricular programs as defined in policy 122, extra activities, including but not limited to, those sub-bullets, and any participant or guardian serving in a role as a head coach, assistant coach, advisor, or assistant advisor, whether in a paid or volunteer capacity. General guidelines for this administrative regulation are eligibility to serve. It's just re-emphasizing that if you want to be a coach or a volunteer here, there's certain things that the district makes you demonstrate. And even further, there's certain things that the state requires that you have to do, like going through all of your clearances and making sure that you receive all the required trainings. All such appointments must be recommended by the superintendent or designee and approved by the board per existing hiring and volunteer protocol. So we already have policies in place that addresses hiring and appointing coaches. So a disclosure requirement. Any applicant who is a parent or guardian of a current or anticipated participant in the activity must disclose this relationship in writing as part of the application or selection process. So they need to be proactive to us and say, I have a child that's participating in the sport club activity that I would like to be a coach or an advisor in. Chances are we're going to know that anyway as a school district, but we want them to be proactive and disclose that up front. Expectation of fairness. Parents and guardians, coaches, or advisors must agree to uphold the principle of fairness and shall not show favoritism or impose excessive scrutiny upon their own child or other participants. So we were trying to look at it through both lenses. It could be that they're trying to give their son or daughter an advantage, or it could just be that they are hyper-focused on their son or daughter and actually unintentionally making that child want to participate less in the program. Okay, kind of being a deterrent to their own son or child being a participant in whatever it is that their child wants to participate in. So restrictions and responsibilities of the parent, guardian, coaches, and advisors. I'll kind of let those hang there for a second there. All parents and guardian, coaches, and advisors shall make decisions regarding participants' roles, playing time, casting, competition selection, and so on, based on merit, skill, conduct, and participation. Avoid engaging in private coaching, mentoring, or privileging of their own child during the actual practices. Refrain from using their position to influence other staff or volunteers regarding decisions about their own child. And acknowledging in writing their obligation to report any perceived conflicts or concerns to the activity supervisor or school administrator. Supervision and monitoring, this would fall on building principal and or the director of athletic and student activities. They shall monitor all activity sports where parents and guardians, coaches, or advisors are present. Shall intervene in cases where concerns of inequity, favoritism, or misconduct arise, including holding conferences with the involved parties and or recommending corrective action as needed. Student and parent feedback. Feedback and opportunities shall be available to students and families to report concerns regarding unequal treatment or favoritism. I should probably add the word perceived in there, because really what that does is trigger an investigation. Just because they report it, it doesn't mean it's actually absolutely happening. What that would do is trigger either, at the high school, either Dr. Bali or Mrs. Delgado or Dr. Rush Wallace to look into that. Evaluation and accountability. Parent and guardian, coaches, and advisors are subject to the same performance reviews, expectations, and consequences as all other adult leaders in extracurricular activities. Conflict resolution. Any allegations of unfair treatment, favoritism, or retaliation involving a parent or guardian in coaching or advising shall be promptly reviewed by the building administrator and or director of athletics and student activities. Findings may result in coaching reassignment, termination from the position, or other disciplinary action if necessary. Typically what we do is we begin with a conversation with that individual if the allegations are founded. We're going to give you an opportunity to course correct here, unless it's so egregious that it's violating a policy, a law, or it's just, it reaches the level of we need to intervene immediately. Typically what we do is we do progressive discipline here in a district, where we would start out with saying, okay, this is what we observed, this is what we know to be true, this is our expectations you moving forward and how you're going to change your behavior as the adult in the program. Equity statement. All students participating in extra activities have equal opportunity for development, leadership, and recognition regardless of their parents' and guardians' involvement. No student shall be penalized or privileged due to their parent or guardian's role in the activity. So that's kind of what we're looking to attach to the policy for extracurriculars specific to parents and guardians' involvement in sports clubs and activities. So it reduces the writing, kind of what the expectations are for that subgroup of potential employees or volunteers. And I will open that up for conversation.
Does the current policy or some other document, maybe, have the same requirements for any coach?
That was going to be my question.
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question.
Say I'm a coach.
They're not a parent.
Say I'm a coach, I'm not a parent.
Okay.
Do these same guidelines, conflict resolution, how we
Yes.
monitor, is that somewhere?
I don't have policy 122 memorized. I would have to go back and, I would have to go back and kind of look through it. If the root of your question is you would like to see similar language in that policy for any coach, regardless of kinship, we can go back and look at that as well.
My personal opinion, if we add this, it feels more like we're going to watch them differently, and that was not my original request.
Okay.
To do that. So I don't want to do that. So if I would be the one to be asked, would I put this AR into place? I would say no, because I don't want to see that. I want to understand that we are
All volunteers,
all are doing that. So I will say,
Regardless of
over
your-
the last
parental.
half a year, I guess, your fall sports and through the winter, Dr. Rush Wallace has been at every event that has been home here in our district. Every event I have gone to, and I've gone to quite a few recently, she's been at every one. She is monitoring that. I'm not sure we had that same protocol prior. I'm making a personal judgment, so don't take that any way, shape, or form. I would say if we have the policy in place and we do what that policy says in regards to monitoring that, seeing what those trends are, and doing that, what you had set up there of how we're monitoring that, I don't think that's required to separate it. That's my personal opinion
So
on the thing.
my apologies if I misinterpreted the task given to the administration, because I understood it to be focused on parents and guardians.
It 100% was focused on parents and guardians.
Okay.
You weren't the only person.
She wants it more broad, to say
So-
all
So I
volunteers.
think I think
I think you
I
did
think
what
we
we
agree.
asked.
Yes.
We're agreeing.
And I think
Yes.
this brings back to my opening remark
Yes.
of administration is not recommending this.
Correct.
Just a little additional insight to why you may have seen a perceived change in monitoring. Previously, we were functioning with a full-time athletic director and a highly engaged, when out of season, assistant athletic director. For the majority of the school, a good part of this school year, we have not had that assistant athletic director position fully engaged. So Dr. Rush Wallace, being, holding herself accountable, has been at everything. That may change coming up because
Understood.
next week, we're going to recommend a new assistant director of athletics and student activities. So you may see, so that's why she's not here this evening. Otherwise,
Right.
this is in her wheelhouse. She would have been here, and the assistant would have been there. Although I think we were short, so I think he may actually be there as well. So you may see her
Yeah, I
not
think-
at everything. We're going to have what the purpose of that assistant
Even
athletic
the
director
previous
is.
ones were there. I just seems to be a little bit more engaged in the events happening.
She is highly engaged. I agree.
Can I
That so
speak to the question about the policy? So with regard to policy 122, which is I think we're looking to, where this would be housed if this was something that we move forward with. The guidelines do have generally that superintendent or designee is responsible for procedures to implement the policy. And within that, it talks about to ensure the provision of competent guidance and supervision of staff by whoever that is, the coach or by the director of that particular activity, and also guide against the exploitation of students or unfair treatment of students. So to answer your question, I think in those two statements, the policy covers that.
It's just very broad. It's
Yeah.
not.
It's
It- Yeah, I think when we
I
were
like
discussing
this.
this, we were kind of saying like, almost like, when you're signing up for this, it's like a code of conduct that you'll agree to almost, you know what I mean? In some ways, like, getting them to sign up that they won't do these things, you know? And then it's monitored, and I don't know how you handle that, you know, like.
I know when we talked earlier, I mean, it was very difficult, and I agree with the administration for not wanting to change the policy specifically. Because to change it would, I don't even know how we could have changed policy. But I do like this because of two reasons. Number one, it does give the coaches a visual of what's expected of them and what they're going to be monitored on. I think monitoring it was the key to this whole thing. Whether it was done in the past or not, I'm not debating. And I think, but the bottom line was the monitoring part of it is crucial, because if we see a coach doing something more than one semester or one season that has not been changed, then there is no monitoring. And I think that's where the key is. But I do like this.
So-
Would the committee be?
But for everybody, for all coaching.
Everybody.
Right.
For all coaching.
That's
be
what I-
amicable to us trying to integrate some of this language directly into the policy?
That, I would
Yes.
love to see it be more spelled out in the policy, not so vague. Let's get it more clearly put there, so that way when there are issues, parents can look to it and go, okay,
I'm much more, I would say, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the administrative routine, but I'm telling you as your superintendent, that's something where I would come forward and say, I can support this because it's not focusing just on parents and guardians.
Yeah, 'cause we
It's
don't
gotta be
wanna-
all coaches.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't want
Everyone, yeah.
to disparage parents from stepping up.
Correct.
We can't, otherwise we will not be able to staff our
Right.
coaches.
Have to have a sense of guidelines.
Correct.
But this is great, the way everything is spelled out, Matt, and I don't think we've had that previously. So that's what I think everybody's saying too. Just not for, I would not want this for the parents. I would vote no. But supporting this for every position, absolutely,
Yes.
absolutely.
You said you could not recommend this, or did not recommend this. What exactly are you recommending? Are you recommending we stay status quo, or are any changes you're
So
suggesting?
what I'm recommending, that's a good question, thank you, Mr. Green. What I'm recommending is that you give administration to our next policy committee to refine this in a way where it's not a standalone AR specific to parents and guardians, but an opportunity to maybe be more granular of what the expectations are directly within the policy.
I think
Right.
that's-
Which is then to all coaches, advisors, assistants, whether they're
Yeah.
paid or volunteer.
And I think that's what the board's suggesting, exactly
Yeah.
what he was saying. It's not up to me to take a vote, but I think that's what I'm hearing from
Yes.
others.
Yeah.
Great.
Absolutely.
Are we saying that this would be an AR
No.
attached to the policy?
No.
This would be part of the policy?
Correct, and not specific to just parents. So it would not be a standalone AR.
Okay, I would just put out there that, you know, anytime then that the policy comes up, we're gonna have to revise the whole
Yep.
policy. It would not be something we can change as easily as an AR.
It would have to go through the multi-step policy revision process, which is kind of how we operate.
And it's not expected to be next month. I mean, this is something that needs some time to look
Work
at.
in progress.
I think it also needs to be shared with whoever is applying for a coaching position or a position in charge of students, that these are the requirements that they would agree to. I'm not sure how you do your process, but
We
that's,
can make that, we would then share this policy out at the point of hire,
right,
yeah,
okay.
or the interview process.
You comfortable with that?
I'm comfortable with that. I appreciate you giving us the feedback and kind of hearing administration's concerns, if it was just standalone AR, and that giving us time to bring it back next month.
That's great.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Next, before winter break, we had conversations about language in our handbook specific to when there's an altercation, a fight, where one of the people involved may be a clear aggressor, and one of them is the person that is, the result of that aggression. And we talked about, this is what our handbook is. Our handbook has, approved by the school board each year. And you said, but we will be open to feedback. We have to go through the process to kind of put that in place and then do a revision to a handbook. We came up with draft language, which administration is comfortable putting in front of the committee, looking for feedback, realizing that if there's support from the committee, then it may trigger a couple other changes in the code of conduct within the student handbook, as far as like what's classified as a level 3, what's classified as a level 4 type of thing. But we wanted to get some language in front of the committee and our community members this evening about, which is more specific to when there's a clear aggressor. And then we added in some additional language for what I would call maybe some potential, not necessarily involved in an altercation, but antagonizing it through their behavior during an altercation. So what that looks like is, this would be added into the handbook, where it says, and this one I am going to read to you. So, aggressors who initiate fights will be suspended from school and school-related activities. In cases when a student clearly and intentionally attacks another student without provocation at the time of the incident, the aggressor will receive a minimum suspension of 10 days, up to and including a recommendation expulsion from school. Any student who is so this is kind of new language here, any student who is a victim of an unprovoked attack and only defends themselves and promptly separates when directed to do so will not be disciplined. However, if the victim continues to engage in the altercation, refuses to separate, or escalates to physical aggression, they may also be disciplined up to and including expulsion along with the aggressor. The aggressor and any other parties disciplined in the event will lose the privilege to attend school-sponsored social activities as outlined in the student handbook already. In cases when it's impossible to determine the identity of the aggressor, the responsibility for the fight will be shared by the participants involved, and disciplinary consequences may apply to all students engaged in the altercation. This is also new. Any student proven to have used an electronic device to record or distribute audio or video recordings or photographs of a fight or physical altercation will be disciplined with a minimum suspension of 10 days, up to and including expulsion. So we wanted to put this language in front of you and get feedback this evening. I know, Mrs. Fick, I believe this is the topic you would like to speak to this evening. So I'll look to the committee if you want to engage in conversation now, or have Mrs. Fick. I know you signed up to speak tonight as well.
Do you want to speak? I'm a little overly prepared because I didn't know exactly where you were in the process.
It's always better to be over-prepared. Mrs. Fick, I'm gonna give you like the 5-minute,
Okay.
but then I'll look to the committee to see if they want to grant you additional time.
Okay.
Okay? So,
All right. I won't read through this whole thing because, like I said, I wrote this under the impression that we were kind of starting from scratch. But I did want to say that having this kind of language in the policy is not looking to open any doors to give any student like a free pass to act on any insecurity or threat or anything like that, that it is strictly a self-defense policy. There are, key elements to self-defense, which I kind of mentioned the last time I was here, so I won't go into them again. Whether or not you would want to include those in the policy to make it more clear as to what self-defense really is may be a good idea. And then I just kind of went into different things to help educate students too, because obviously prevention is the most desired choice, but we know that that's not always working out, or that doesn't always work out. So as far as like trying to educate and communicate with the students, teaching them to recognize potential threats, teaching them to be aware of their surroundings, giving them or teaching them to set boundaries, honing in on their verbal skills, deterrence, again, all sometimes easier said than done, but we want to teach them conflict resolution skills, and that goes for adults and the students, trying to disengage and remove themselves, obviously, from the situation. I did kind of look into Pennsylvania law, and I think I mentioned that the last time too, where Pennsylvania does have the policy or the provision for the stand your ground. So self-defense is justified. I did also read Pennsylvania does not have a duty to retreat. So there's no requirement that somebody try to remove themselves if they were in a situation where defending themselves is the only option, that is what they are expected to do. Other things that I researched as far as creating a policy, is assessing, any vulnerabilities within the building, within the staffing, the environment, trying to identify and understand those specific security risks. As we all know, what happened with the incident was in a secured area with supervised by adults, and it was still able to occur. So, it also suggests that you assemble a crisis management team. And again, I mean, how far you want to take it based on, how many occurrences we think you're gonna anticipate with something like this. But with the two incidents that happened so close together, it really kind of sparked a need to take it seriously. Sorry, like I said, I really over prepared. Also, I mean, there is a lot of support for self-defense in Pennsylvania, because I was reading also that there is no fighting words law in Pennsylvania, which means the First Amendment rights will not protect insults or anything that somebody does to try to provoke or get a rise out of somebody to initiate a fight. And that Pennsylvania also carries a 3 strikes law. So I don't know, how detailed you want to be as far as, levels of severity and how many opportunities somebody would have. The other point that I kind of made in here was with respect to that second incident that took place. And while it took place outside of school hours and off school premises, it was still the same group of people. And if we can confirm the identities and the actions and, again, the severity of that occurrence, I would move to want to take that into consideration as part of, the decision and determination as far as the punishment that would go along with it. And I was kind of looking into that as the 3 strikes rule also. And why I was pushing so hard for this is because we don't want to teach our children, obviously, we don't want to teach them to be bullies or go around looking for trouble, but we don't want to teach them to be victims either. And that giving them their own voice will build confidence and will provide the foundation for lifelong skills and safety and, again, in this world out there and these kids buried in their phones all the time, I think trying to just, push the education of being aware of your surroundings, not being afraid to report. And that was another thing that was suggested, was to make sure that they know how to, the reporting procedures be clear. And I can give this to you.
I was actually just going to ask you that. I would.
Yes,
I can make a copy of it before you leave, or if you have it.
I have it on my computer, so you can have this, but this would.
If I could maybe just, very high level, kind of first say thank you for the continued dialogue, right? I know that this has not been an easy process, and I do appreciate the open dialogue about it. Many of the things that you just kind of shared, especially about vulnerability assessments, threat assessments, climate surveys. We do all of those. We're obligated to do them, and we want to do them. In fact, we're in the midst of a triannual vulnerability assessment, which now includes behavioral health wellness assessment as well. I think that's what you were referencing there. If it's on our property, on our time, with our devices, we'll absolutely address it. I need to be fully transparent right now and say, there's case law that says if it happens outside off our time, that we can't do that. We're actually prevented from doing that. There's unfortunately case law out there on that. But I would like to see some of the nuanced language that you have in there, because I do think this is going to be an ongoing process. I would also like to clarify that if the committee is supportive of this type of language, that we don't make it a policy. And here's why. I say that we situate it within the handbook, because it's much easier for us to change the handbook than it is go through a policy revision process like Dr. Stover alluded to earlier this evening. We can change language in a handbook quicker than we can in a policy. Administration believes that this is a way to much more quickly address these type of incidents and kind of put more of a fine, bright line of aggressor and victim, and consequent appropriately, and it doesn't kind of back us into a corner with what our discipline response is going to be and our legal response. So I'll just kind of open it up for conversation again. And again, thank you for sharing. I would like a copy
I
of
just
that.
want to say too that I appreciate the consideration in doing this, because I, again, feel that it's very important. Like I said, I was proud of how my daughter handled it, and I think that we want more kids to be able to stand up for themselves. And but I too think that, again, kind of spelling out, and you can look at this, and I'm available, to discuss also, but I don't want to overdo here, so.
Thank you. So for the committee, I guess the direction that I'm looking for tonight is, this is a first draft. Do we have support for this type of language going into a handbook? And if so, I'd like to be able to consider what Mrs. Fick has, and then maybe even come back with a more polished version next month.
Yes, I think so, because I think.
I do have a question. The last paragraph, I do understand what you're saying there with the recorded, devicing, like other students, you shouldn't do that. How are you going to, is it gonna be hearsay then? Or is it just by the school cameras? You know what I'm saying?
So that's a great question, and it's almost like you were sitting in our conversation as an administrative team, because this was a deep conversation. It gave us an opportunity to really reflect on how we do things here and how we respond to these type of situations. And we fully believe that those students that are doing this and posting it on social media or texting it to their friends should also be held accountable. Right? We don't want to tolerate that either. That's why we put that word proven in there, right? Because there are times that we can prove it, because sometimes we actually have other students that come up to us and say, hey, Mrs. Culp sent this to me, and we can kind of investigate that and backtrack it to her device that she sent it. Sometimes we have video, our own internal security cameras will have pictures or a video of a student kind of holding it up to a fight saying, and that's clearly what they're doing. Right. So this was a point of conversation for us, and we have to be able to prove it. Even if we can't prove it, but we're pretty certain, well, then we're going to have a conversation with that student, like, we know you did this. We may not be able to prove it, but we know that you did this, and that's not okay. And we're going to have a conversation with that student's parents and guardians as well. So there may be some discipline, but it may not be up to 10 days or expulsion. But oftentimes what we find, and this goes back to that reporting, like safe to say, something law, our students do report. I mean, this may be honestly the first time since Safe to Say something has been enacted that our team did not receive a tip over the winter break. They use that year round, and they're comfortable. If they don't want to put it in the Safe to Say, they'll just go to a trusted adult in the buildings and say, hey, this was sent to me, which helps us to that investigation as well. So, but yeah, that's a good question, and we actually spent quite a bit of time talking through that.
I also want to say, and on behalf of the board, I want to thank you for your input, thank you for your concern and your dedication. And if Christine was here, she'd probably smack me now, but I want you to understand, we have had discussions about this. We didn't just pass it off. But some of the things we discussed, we can't do here in a public meeting. I want you to understand that. That's confidential when we talk about that. We have talked about it, and that's the reason that you're seeing this information moving forward. And again, we haven't ignored you, and I thank you for your input. Thank you.
So I think I'm hearing consensus from the committee to come back with an even more polished version of what this language may look like. So, please join us next month at the policy committee meeting. And, yeah.
Agreed.
March, that's right, because we have another policy substitute. We have another committee that substitutes in 3 times a year. So, yeah.
March 2nd.
So March. However, if I have questions on what that, I'll reach out to you directly. Thank you. Okay. May I have that?
He wasn't letting you get out.
Yeah.
No, you won't have to stay.
You don't want a copy back?
No, I have it on my
Okay.
computer. Usually I write, but I didn't type that one out today 'cause I had scribbles and.
Thank you. That's all we have for policy this evening. There's no new policies to bring forward.
Sounds good. Any other questions from the board? Again, Ms. Fick, thank you so much for coming in and staying diligent with that and keeping us accountable to it too. So appreciate your time here also. No other business. Want to go ahead and close policy and turn it over to Mr. Weber for technology.
Thank you, Mrs. Cusack. I'd like to open the Technology Committee meeting and turn it over to, I believe, Eric Hill.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everybody. I have a few things to talk about today. First one is about E-rate Category 1. We talked about this earlier in the year. Just wanted to let everybody know that we did do a request for proposal for service. Category 1 is our network connections between buildings. That's what they consider Category 1 for E-rate. So we had a request for proposal. The first one is for Slatington Elementary to Peters Elementary, our connection, our network connection. And that runs out on June 30th. Our current contract runs out June 30th of 2026. So we had to bid that out. We received 2 bids on that request for proposals. Both were from Penn Teledata. One was for a lit fiber connection, and one was for a what they call a dark fiber connection. The difference is that lit fiber means that they provide the equipment, the transceivers to light the line, so it usually is an additional cost. And dark fiber means that it's just a strand of fiber that they put in there, and we have our equipment that already lights it. We already, typically we have dark fiber. That's what we've been using in the past. So out of those 2 bids, we did evaluate them, and the dark fiber is the most cost-effective option between those because we already have the transceivers to light up the connection. And that came in at $1,098 per month. Just for comparison, the lit fiber bid was $1,190 per month. So what I plan on doing is I'd like to apply for E-rate funding for that. That opens up sometime late January till the March timeframe, so I'll apply for E-rate funding. Currently, E-rate, we have an 80% discount, so E-rate would cover 80% of that cost. So they would cover $878.40 of that, and we would only pay $219.60 a month for that E-rate connection. Currently, we were paying $1,104 per month, and we pay $220. So actually, it was a slight, just by a dollar a month, based on our discount. So it's actually slightly cheaper than it was the last 5 years. So that would be a 5-year agreement. And again, that's already included in my technology budget. So I would like to go ahead and put that on the board meeting agenda for approval. Does anybody have any questions about that?
For the new board members, you
Yes.
explain exactly what E-rate means.
Yeah, E-rate is a federal program. It's run by a company called USAC. It's actually run by the federal government. So what it is it's basically a program that allows that funds school districts and public libraries as well in order to provide internet connection and network connectivity. So again, there's category 1, which is our connections between buildings and also our connection to the internet. And then there's also another part, which is a big part, which is category 2, which we're not applying for this year. But that covers things such as network equipment within the buildings, like your switches and routers. It also covers like your wireless access points. We did that last year. So that's what E-rate is. It's run by the federal government, and it's a program. And you get a discount. They give you like a discount rate. Right now we're at 80% discount. That is based on your National School Lunch Program numbers, based on our free reduced lunch numbers. So I consult with our food services director a lot with those numbers because I have to report those as well to E-rate, so I get those numbers from her. And that's kind of like what the E-rate program is. So it provides a big discount for schools. And it really gives us a lot of funding because, like I said, a lot of these projects are very expensive, especially when we get into our switches and network. You know, you're talking a couple $100,000 projects, and a lot of times we get a lot of that funding through that program. So that's what E-rate is. Hopefully I described that well. Does anybody have any other questions about that? I think that was a good question. Yeah.
Are you guaranteed E-rate money that you have listed here, or when you apply for it, it could change?
It could change, but we have historically haven't been turned down for E-rate as long as we dot our I's and cross our T's, as they say. Typically, you will get the funding. And the funding, it is still in the budget for the federal government, so it is going to be funded. So the E-rate program is still available, so the funding's still there. So I don't foresee any issues getting funding. So, but I do have to apply for it every year. So we have to apply for this every year. I do this.
Sure.
Yep.
Even
Although
though
we
it's a
do only,
5-year agreement, you will have
even
to-
though it's a 5-year agreement, I still have to apply every year. You are correct. Yes. The 5-year agreement has to be approved by the board first in order for me to apply for it. Once I apply for it, then but it does. Yes, they do make me apply every year, even though it's a 5-year agreement. Yes. Yep. So any other questions about that? Okay, so if we could, I'd like to move that to the board agenda for Monday for the, again, that would be the Slatington Elementary to Peters Elementary, and that would be our dark fiber connection. The next one I have on the list here is our...
So just so I can get into the notes, is the committee comfortable with that going to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next one is our Northern Lehigh School District connection from up here at our main server room at Slatington Elementary to the Intermediate Unit 21. That is for basically our internet transport, you know, from all the schools. Everything comes into here, and then it goes out through the IU for our internet service. This one, the IU actually does the RFP for this one, not me, because they do it for all the schools. So they do the RFP for this one. And again, this will be a 5-year agreement, would run from July 1st, 2026 to June 30th, 2031. And the cost of that would be $1,180.85. And this would be an increase. Right now, we're currently on a 1 gigabit per second connection. This would be increasing that to a 10 gigabit per second connection, which is something I talked about 5 years ago when we were doing this. I talked about the possibility that we are going to be getting close to upgrading that. So the only options we really had this time where 1 gigabyte wasn't even an option anymore. It's 5 gig, 10 gig, or 20 gig. So based on the numbers, we would like to choose the 10 gigabit option. And again, I apply for E-rate funding again sometime late January through March. Would cover 80% of that, which is $944.68. We would pay approximately $236.17 out of that. Currently, we have our current 1 gigabit connection is $787.50 a month. Right now, we're paying $157.50 with the discount. So it's approximately about what, 70 or 80, about $80 more a month. Again, that's something that I already have on my budget. And at this point, we really need to increase to a 10 gigabit connection due to increased bandwidth that we will need. And then also with some of the security cameras, things like that we're doing, a lot of our services are moving to cloud services, so we're starting to see more and more bandwidth increase. So anybody have any questions about that one? So
All of our equipment can handle the change?
Yes, we can do that. We will have to purchase transceivers for our firewall, which actually they're not that expensive. Those are only like $50 or $60. And then we also need one more for our switches. I'm sorry, two more. So it would probably be about $800 of equipment, but it doesn't matter if you go 5 or 10 gig. It's you either buy 1 gig, 10 gig, or 20 gig, but we're not going to go to the 20 gig. That would be like double the price. But so we would have to purchase that no matter what we do anyway.
And it's
So.
coming out of your
Yes.
annual budget anyway.
Yes, that will come out of my annual budget, and it's
Sounds good.
less than, it's like around $800 or so. It would be for the transceivers. So, yep. So any other questions on that? Again, I would like to ask the board if we can move that to the official board agenda on Monday.
Are you okay with that? Moving it?
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm sure the kids are going to love that because now they'll have internet access for another 5 years. Next one I want to talk about is this is actually this is a good one to talk about because it's going to end up being a savings. Our VMware licensing for our server center. VMware is like it's the virtualization software that we use for our server center in order to run all the servers that we run here. And Broadcom purchased VMware a couple years ago, and ever since Broadcom purchased that, the prices have been going up. So we had a quote. Typically, we buy that through Integra One, and Broadcom raised their prices again this year. And not only did they raise their prices, but they were going to make us purchase a minimum of what they call 72 cores, even though we are using 48 cores. That's the amount of processors that are in your CPUs on your server. So that cost was going to be $13,680. That was a big increase from last year. Last year I believe we paid about almost $9,000. So it's a huge increase. Well, since this was going on, a lot of the IUs and a lot of school districts are using VMware. So what the IUs did, the IUs got together, the PA-IU consortium, and they got together and they went to a reseller that deals with Broadcom, and they said, hey, we can't, schools can't afford this. This is getting crazy, and you're making us buy this. So what they did is they actually were able to work out a deal for consortium pricing for the VMware, which I'm really grateful for. So the pricing that we are going to be able to get for the VMware going through the PA-IU consortium, they will prorate February 1st, 2026, because that's when our licensing currently runs out with our current vendor. Till June 30th, it'll be $2,199.84. And then for the next 3 years, so it'll be what they call a 4-year deal, but really the first year is a partial year. For the following 3 years, all the way up to June 30th of 2029, it'll be $5,280 per year. We would be paying over $13,000. So my suggestion is that the only thing is that we have to have this, since it's a new agreement, we have to have it approved by the board, and the IU also requires that we get it approved by the board. So if it's okay, I would like to put that on the agenda as well, so we can get that approved and we can get our licensing ordered at the discounted rate, which I am, again, really grateful for. Last year we paid almost $9,000 for that, so that's actually going to save a few $1,000s off my budget a year.
You okay putting that on the agenda?
Yes.
I don't know, Tim, we're saving $8,500.
I just want to make a note that
I don't know if I can
the
vote for that.
committee I chair is saving money.
Have to impress the new boss.
Anything else?
No, that's all I have. So does anybody have any other questions about technology?
I'd like to move to adjourn the technology committee
Thank you.
and turn it over to
Technology committee.
Mrs. Snyder.
It's me.
Oh.
All right. So I will open up the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting and turn it over to Mr. Hernandez.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Oh, there he is.
I'm gonna make a quick request. And in your paper package, you may have 2 technology committee agendas, so I apologize for that. I'll have the agenda up on the screen. I'm gonna request, Mrs. Snyder, that we flip the Buildings and Grounds agenda and actually start with the last item on the agenda, which is the scoreboard. And the reason that I am requesting that is because we have two guests in the audience tonight that are here specifically for that reason. So they don't have to sit through, a fairly lengthy agenda. We can go right to them.
Been here for 2
What's that?
hours already.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say turf. I'm sorry. I apologize. I
They're
meant to
not
say
forward,
it's the
Stadium turf?
it's the stadium turf and the stadium track. We have representatives with us tonight from Keystone Track and Turf. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Mann for him to kick it off, and then we can have our guests introduce themselves.
All right, so the reason that this has come out is in early spring, we do, usually spring and fall, we do a maintenance on our turf and our tracks, mainly the turf. They come through, they check to make sure that the BB levels, the pellets in the turf are high, our grass blades aren't deteriorating. Back in spring, we had 2 areas of our turf that were in the red for our GMAX. Now, GMAX is the concussion rating as to what our field is registering at. That's pretty much what turned on the light bulb to us and said, listen, we need to start looking at replacing our turf. The other reason too is our turf was installed in 2012. Mr. Mooney, you can stop me at any time. Most turf lifespans are 8 to 10 years. So you can do the math. If ours was installed in 2012, we're getting there. We've actually had over what the normal life expectancy of a turf is. So right away, Dr. Link, Dr. Rush Wallace and myself decided we were going to reach out to multiple turf companies and start getting quotes. So if you can see there, we had Field Turf. They came in at $622,000, and we had Keystone Track and Turf also put in a proposal. Now, Keystone Track, their proposal's multi-layered due to some options that we can get through Keystone. If you scroll down, that's good. You can go back up. So the base price is the $399,000. That is for your baseline fiber or turf, and then it goes from there. I don't know, Mr. Mooney, would you like to actually stand up and you can kind of explain a little bit better as to the proposal and what Keystone has to offer?
Hi everyone, I'm Jeff Sellers with Keystone Sports Construction. I'm the vice president there, and we've been working with the administrators over the past year on the existing turf field. To the commentary, that field was put in 2012. So right at this point in time, it is about at end of life cycle. So typically a turf field, regardless of the manufacturer that is out there, generally speaking, they come with 8-year manufacturer's warranties. And in some cases, depending upon the product SKU that you choose, you can get 10 years or something a little bit more beyond that. And usually that's complemented with a level of maintenance engagement, which we actually have with you folks. But ultimately, realistically, these turf fields, typically around year 12, is when that replacement cycle comes into play. And that takes on 2 forms in which that happens. One, to your point about concussion protocols. So one, you want to test your field every single year. Whereby you take through electronic instrumentation 3 drops across 10 predefined spots on the field, and then that gives you an aggregate rating of what the health of it is from a concussion protocol standpoint, right? So there are a couple of areas, 3 out of the 10, that are in an area that are suboptimal. We'll say that, right? But that is just a variable relative to the health of the field. What you're also experiencing on your field now is a high level of fiber degradation. So when you're out there, you can almost just scoop your hand and take a wad of it, right? So you're losing a lot of base weight, which is important to how it relates to the athletes and their safety and performance on the particular field. In addition, if you think about your football field, you have your gridiron lines, which is every 5 yards going like this. Then in between there, you have all your individual yard markers, your hashes, your numbers, and so forth. So when your field gets installed, Typically that 5 yards every line, that is tufted into the backing of the actual pano itself. Everything else on a field is actually inlaid after the fact, right? So I've got pictures that I can show you of the most 2 recent times that we come there, whether it have been your center logo, where with literally 3 fingers, I could almost probably take that thing out of the ground if I so chose, or if it was individual hashes or numbers across the field that required repairs. And that's not uncommon at a field of this particular age, right? But those are the things that we found and brought to the administration's mindset that said this is in concert with what's going on from a concussion protocol, in concert with the age of the field. You're at a point where you want to really think about going through a replacement cycle. Now, some of the things that we provided here within our particular offerings. So from our standpoint, let me just take a quick roll back there for those of you who don't know Keystone Sports Construction. We're down in Phoenixville, Pennsylvania. I live about 90 minutes south of here in Chester County. We work from, and we cover as a company from upstate New York all the way down through Virginia, Mid-Atlantic region, PA, Jersey, Delaware being sort of our core market, right? So think about local projects, in the region, reasonable proximity. If you're familiar with the new stadium complex at Wilkes-Barre School District, Susquehanna University, Midwest, Mid-Valley, Honesdale, Shikellamy, the list goes on and on. We just completed Mifflin County. We're in the process of getting ready to build Mifflinburg's brand new stadium. So we work really from the D1 level all the way down to school districts and then municipalities, and that's more prominent in Jersey just because that market has that. But within that, as a company, we leverage best-in-class products. So from a turf standpoint, we are the exclusive installer and distributor for Shaw. So Shaw, as a company itself, beyond their turf division, is the largest and oldest manufacturer of flooring surfaces, just generally speaking, right? Yeah, right. And then many, many years ago, when synthetic turf started to become a thing, right, going back 15, 20 years, that was the next, sort of vertical that they spawned, if you will. And then through that time, Berkshire Hathaway has now taken an ownership piece within the company. So their manufacturing standards, their practices are top-notch and best of breed, as well as they are beyond fiscally, funded, if you will. But through this process, what they've done is start to look at what is going on in the industry right now and what could be improved upon. So with all of the products that we have here, they're all fantastic. They all have similar warranties. But it's just a combination of where are the pain points. So anybody who's had a turf field historically is now starting to experience either, depending upon how well they maintain their fields, what is going on with the surface level integrity of my field. Am I having a lot of repairs? Am I having a lot of shedding and so forth? So what some of these options are that we have in here, this is called Game On from the standpoint of what Shaw has toned that as. So on a particular field, all of your hashes, all of your logos, all of your numbers, all of your end zone lettering, etc., is all tufted into the actual panel itself. So the inlaying process goes away. So we put up a couple of different renderings. So there's 2 things that are of benefit here, and I do apologize up front. We work with our manufacturer to provide us what we call sways, right? The whole purpose of this process is just to be thought-provoking in that beyond having a fully tufted in system whereby there's no more inlays, you literally have one seamless piece of turf that is out there with all your line packages in there. From a customization standpoint, you can do things that no other manufacturer can do, i.e. watermarking, as we call that. And there's 3 or 4 different options that we provided in there. There's a couple, but I will apologize. When they came back, your bulldog got a little skewed. But what we do is we work with our clients, so these are conceptual, to hone in on some options where if it's home of the bulldogs, or my favorite one, if you go down to the last one, is you can almost inlay a bulldog at scale on that. So really, it's unlimited in what you can do from a customization standpoint. Where I find this to be practical is in a stadium setting where a lot of your grandstands are up and you can actually get the view down and see some of those aesthetic treatments, right? Further, what it enables you to do is if you wanted to, name the field or whatever the case may be, you have the ability to fully, take somebody's signature and insert it into the field, all fully tufted in there as well. But what we want to do is provide some conceptual ideas of giving you guys some colored borders here, giving you some end zone letterings, going with something that's a bit more robust. The one before this, if you show that one, no, next one, it was the other one, sorry. No, next one, sorry.
I believe that was the first one.
Yeah, I think it was the option 3.
The third one?
Yeah, so like this one right here, you can see right here as an example, right now your center logo sits within the hashes, right? So you can do something that's more pronounced. I've got a picture I can show you of what like Lake Lehman did. If you've been over to their school districts at any point in time, they have what is called, you know, the black hole is their field. I mean, they went a little bit crazy with the aesthetics on their field. Their field is literally black. Their night head is the size of that. You can see Fairview, which is in here. They are the Tigers, where they have inlaid in there. It's just like the eyes of the Tigers that are in there. But again, that's all inlaid here. But really your customization is, you know, whatever you want it to be. And our job is to bring forward 5 to 7 different concepts, and then ultimately you're gonna like elements of A, B, and C, and we get to a molded, you know, finality, if you will, right? What is most important in my point of view is these athletes. I've got high school athletes, I've got a college athlete, and it's the playability of the surface, the safety of the surface that is of paramount importance beyond the actual aesthetics. And by being able to have a fully tufted field whereby you don't have to worry about the inlays and seams and things like that coming up, really mitigates, and not, you're never going to eliminate, but mitigates lower body extremity concerns and things of that nature, because all of these athletes today are big, powerful, strong, and pretty much all have aspirations to be playing at the next level, and you know, a percentage of them will be afforded that opportunity. But Game On system is just what is new and revolutionary to the space, right? So we provided a couple of different options in there that kind of show varying price points based upon the aesthetic options that are there. Our objective would be to sit down with the stakeholders at hand and let's narrow in onto something, right? So when we're doing Mifflinburg right now, they went with just a big M in the middle with a subtle watermark that goes behind it after looking at 5 or 6. They just wanted something a little bit more conservative, if you will. But we see like the University of Denver, University of Denver, they literally have the skyline of the mountains in their field. So you can really do whatever you want. We've got a lot of collateral to show you those kinds of things. You know, but ultimately from our standpoint, it's about delivering and installing best of breed products for all of the projects to which we engage with. So from a turf side, Shaw is best of breed manufacturer, and that is why we work with them. But as a company, we don't look at this as just this particular project, right? We are a holistic solution. We are a zero debt entity with 9 figures of bonding capacity, and we service all verticals that are within your care-abouts. Synthetic turf is clearly our core business. Running tracks is our next largest vertical. Tennis courts / pickleball is another huge, large division of us. All of our peripherals, such as fencing, ball stop systems, scoreboards, all of that is self-performed and installed by us using best-in-class products across those respective verticals. And we even go indoors now, whereby we actually do hardwood. So Danville School District, we just ripped out their gym and put in a brand new one, just finished up about a month ago. But we do sanding and refinishing, screening coats. So our objective with our customers is to really be a holistic solution and a partner to whom, at a minimum, they can count on for honesty and great pricing. And more often than not, we're going to land and expand with them as their needs grow across the district. Like down by myself, Westchester School District, they're the 3rd or 4th largest in the state. 3 high schools, we've got 7 fields, 4 tracks, zillions of tennis courts across their district, and it's sort of just an evolving process. So we did Lake Lehman. We built their stadium, then we did their huge auxiliary field. Now we're back to this. Wilkes-Barre started with the stadium, 2 full-size aux fields. Now we just finished their baseball field. So it's really helping our clients kind of, you know, understand what they have as it relates to existing infrastructure, and you know, at our courtesy, coming in and doing evaluation of existing conditions. And we talked a lot about money here in a variety of different, you know, capacities today. It's coming in. Here is what you have going on. And for example, Franklin and Marshall was there earlier today. Went in there and took our hardwood lead into that conversation. They were told by 4 different entities that they could no longer do a sand and refinish. They had to rip that out and repair. We went in there, did cores, and showed them that they had at least 3 life cycles left in that. They were thrilled because they didn't have to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to take something out. But it's going through a very thorough and detailed engagement with our clients, so you know exactly what's going on with existing conditions, when you need to think about replacing them or doing maintenance on them. And here's what that looks like in today's dollars, so you're well informed from a forward-thinking procurement process. It's not to be long-winded, but I felt the context of how we operate was important. And specifically to this, So the product that we have in here is in a base capacity is a fantastic slip film product. It's a 41 ounce face weight system, meaning 41 ounces of fiber per square yard. It is awesome from the standpoint of it is great for a multi-sport engagement, right? But what everyone has sort of morphed into is going to what we call a dual fiber system, which is a slip film and a monofilament combination. Aesthetically, it's just more appealing to the eye, but how it's manufactured is as robust or better than the actual product. Just this product actually costs less. So when we come into an engagement like this, we totally appreciate that you have to do your due diligence. We know that others out there have very substandard products, and the cost is aligned with those products. So we have to at least make that option available to us. We will not manufacture something less than 41. Others will do stuff in the 30s, and it's just, they're unsafe fields that are out there. But this is where we would like to at least explain what your options are beyond, you know, sort of that baseline. And when you get up into some of these additional products, like with the Game On or Spike Zone as it may be, this is where we can bring in additional years of warranty service in there, because it's a more robust, a heavier face weight system, and that gives us the ability to put like a 2-year bumper warranty on it, if you will. And typically that's in concert with our maintenance agreement. So right now we come out twice a year, and typically that's fall and spring. We do 2 deep cleanings, and during one of those engagements is when we do the concussion protocol, right? So that's sort of your baseline, right? But we do have clients where they just don't have the buildings and ground resources any longer to maintain their fields. Well, we put together a package. So like Wilkes-Barre, Lake Lehman, everybody sort of up in the northeast section here, we just show up every month. We have a nice plan in place, works for them. Some of them, they know that December through February it's snow covered, don't bother. So we show up 8 times a year during core usage periods, right? But through those types of additional engagements, we can bring additional warranty to that, which just elongates your ROI as it relates to the investment. So happy to answer any questions, and that was a lot to absorb. Yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick question. The pricing, the base price is $399 whatever, and the other options here are that price added with the
These
extras
prices
added?
to that number, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's not that price plus that, the
That's
other?
correct. Now, one thing I will call out, if you wanted to scroll down here slightly while leaving, no, the other way.
I'm sorry.
But leaving, just go up so there's one additional line on here. So one thing that is relatively unique to us is you've already invested in your current field. You've already spent money into that, both in terms of the fiber as well as the infill system, which is a sand and rubber combination, pretty standard configuration on 99% of fields that are out there. We have, it's about a $250,000 piece of machinery called a turf muncher. So we are able to, going through when we're doing our maintenance processes, we took the infill measurements across the entirety of that field and sort of did a battleship, right? A1 through Z1, so we know exactly to the millimeter how much is in there. We're able to, basically through the process of degraining the field, this massive machine, we're gonna take that field apart in 7-foot wide swatches, probably by about 30 feet long, run it through that. Think of it as a massive HEPA filtration system. It's gonna suck out all of that existing infill, which is good raw material, sand and rubber, clean it, put it over here, get rid of everything that's not in there, because I've got pictures of the magnetron. We clean your field, how many bobby pins, the earrings, and track spikes are in there. It gets all that separated, right? So that goes and sits over in super sacks, and after we green the field, that becomes the base layer of infill going into the new field. And then we add in up to an additional 44,000 pounds of new infill, because we're able to reclaim probably about 92% of the infill that is in there. This rounds that out. For context, if you will, if we were just to come in and pull that thing out and then we're putting in a new one with all new infill on a field of your size is $75,000, right? That is an expense that you're not having to incur because of the capabilities and machinery that we have to recycle that infill, right? So if you start to think about this in a different manner, I'm actually, by going down this particular route and partnering with us, and using the techniques that we have here, I'm really saving $75,000 by not having to put in all new infill, which sort of offsets, you know, in theory, some of these additional considerations that have a price point attached to them, right? And once folks, specifically your VAs and folks like that, start to realize, like, yeah, you know what, they're right. I'm gonna pay this extra, but I'm gonna get a far more superior system. And in all practicality, I'm really paying half for that versus what it would be otherwise, right? So just call that out as a unique item to us as well. Sir?
Instead of green, can you do like 10 yards of blue and 10 yards of white, and blue and white?
So, great question. So, the answer is you can do whatever you want, yes. So, right now, what has become sort of mainstream is your mode look, right? So, it's like light green, dark green. I don't know where those pictures went. So, you can see how you have alternating panels, as we call them, right? Dark green, light green gives them that
I
mode
want
look.
blue and white. I want blue and white.
So that's just a preference, right? There's no cost consideration. But if yes, you can go blue and white and blue and white and blue and white. That is your call. What is awesome about Shaw, and unique to Shaw, is that really colors, the cost to manufacture color versus grain is a neutral engagement, right? Whereas everybody else charges more for those incremental colors that are out there. Yes, it can be done. It's just, and I've got a picture I could show you. You'll find this sort of funny, but it's.
I know I see some college stands with like orange and reds and all kinds of colors.
Blue, white, blue,
So
blue.
this-
Oh my God, I'd get ahead of
This
it.
is out in Erie, Pennsylvania. This is Seneca High School, so you kind of see it real quick. They had light blue, dark blue, light blue, dark blue. That was their whole thing until the 11th hour, right? And then what they did that was unique and cool, like ultimately they went with what you see there. They went with the standard thing and just put a lot more color around the trim. But we were like, are you really sure you want this? Like, it's your field, go nuts, you know, but you don't have buyers for 12 months or whatever the case may be. So they actually, amongst their student body, did a Twitter poll.
I don't know if you're gonna get 5 votes for that.
But they did a cool thing. They got the student body engaged, did a Twitter poll. You know, ultimately they ended up with a standard. But we have, what's interesting, a couple of fields like
Come on up, let's go, blue and white, blue and white.
Faith Christian Academy down by us. There is an all gray field, which actually looks good because that's their color palette with maroon. So you can do whatever you want. It's just.
So for something like that, so right now our end zones are green.
Plain Jane,
Right?
yep.
Yeah. If we were to do something like that with what I'm gonna call the watermark, whether it says Home of the Bulldogs or Northern Lehigh, our traditional logo
Yep.
there, and then Northern Lehigh, like, or let's say we wanna go with a different logo or a different watermark, that's all, as long as we stay within the color array, doesn't change the price.
We're good. So if you scroll back up here, so the one image that shows the bulldog in the watermark. So this is the option number 4. Oh, actually that's option number 3. This one is option number 4. It's called out here, right?
Right.
That's a more pronounced as far as size, right?
Right.
So when you go back to the actual pricing, we have a price attached to option 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right?
Okay, gotcha.
So ultimately, the main difference there between option 1, 2, 3, and 4 was the size of sort of the logos and different things that are in there. You know, in general I mean, you're really going to fall probably somewhere in this particular range once we get to a finality state, to give or take. But it would just be saying, okay, hey, we're right now from an executable standpoint, right? Yes, we want to move this forward. We are within a reasonable period of time, we're going to make a decision between this one and this one, right? So from a procedural standpoint, this is all co-stars, by the way, so we get it approved, we get a signed agreement, 24 hours, I return back a fully executed agreement, W-9 COI. A key care about as well is because we're doing all the installations, everybody wants their field from graduation day until August 1st. Somewhere in that window they want it slotted, right? So demand is high. So we have the ability to control that because it's our crews doing it. We're not relying on third parties, but we've also, through previous collaborations, earmarked your slot on the calendar to ensure that you would not fall outside of bounds, right? Because you want to have that field available come August when heat acclimation is done, and likely you're going to do graduation on there, you know, and so forth. When you're manufacturing game on, unlike, you know, sort of your historical legacy fields, which are fantastic, that's 4 weeks. Game on is 6 weeks to manufacture. And when you're in that core manufacturing window, which is, as I described, it can actually creep out a little bit longer because each one of these machines, and there's 5 of them, they're $15 million machines each, but they're producing based upon the demand for this project on a national scale. So we are the largest distributor nationally for Shaw. But we can jump the shark from time to time, if you will, but we have to be mindful to the national demand for these machines, right? So what we've been discussing to this point is, let's get under contract, let's get the final design quickly agreed upon within reason, then we can hone in, where this is gonna be. It's gonna be one of these, couple of options here, and everybody's on the same page. Then we produce shop drawings within 7 days of that number. That goes to appropriate stakeholders, where it's probably about 8 pages deep, where it's going to show you all your aesthetics, but here's the actual line packages, soccer lines, dimensions, lacrosse, field hockey, etc. It's all there, seaming diagrams, etc. You say, yes, that's it, you DocuSign, and it goes straight down to the plant and gets into the queue, whereby we want that coming off the machine onto the truck and delivered to the site, basically the day before we're going to actually green the field. The whole process to get your field degrained, we're going to re-laser grade the field, the aggregate base, check the nailer boards and so forth. Because we're not having to do so much inlaying work and saving multiple days of labor within here, or give or take weather, probably a 13 to 16 day window. Done.
Okay, so a couple of questions. Okay. What I'm gonna call $400,000 there, and then when you get to, say...
And that has all of your line
Yep.
packages, it has your center logo.
And that also does that have like more seams than the option below?
So...
Or options below?
From this standpoint, so where your panels, your 5 yard, your 15 foot, as those panels come together, those are your primary seams, right? So that's uniform regardless across that. All of your other seams, your hashes, your numbers and so forth, those are the inlays that are there. So we have some documentation. Basically, there is, the answer is yes.
Okay, so when you get to some of the extra cost options, you're actually resulting in less seams, right? Because the color is integrated right into the strands of
Right into the panel. So if you have a...
So just as he's getting that, my thinking is less seams means less opportunity for injury and also less.
It eliminates the need for repair. Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So when you think about, this is, just 12 by 12, right? So basically when you have your 5 yard gridiron line in here, that is tufted in right into the middle of a panel and it's just in there, right? Now the field's green, you got your gridiron that is on there. Everything else gets hand inlaid after the fact. So you're actually cutting through there, putting in a variety of materials for adherence purposes and putting in all your hashes, your logos and so forth. In the game on scenario, it's all just part of this. It's just one big piece of carpet.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Are there any districts in the Lehigh Valley that are using this? So it sounded like what you described geographically, it's almost like a bubble around Lehigh.
So being a newer, who has that in the ground right now? We've got 4 on the western side of the state. Crestwood School District just did it. Okay. Lake Lehman did it. And we've got a handful over right across the bridge in Jersey.
So if the board were to move forward with you, your company.
Yes, sir.
We would probably be the first for this product in Lehigh County.
In this county, looking at District 11, correct?
Yeah.
The schools that are in there, we are engaged with several of them, like in conversations, the interest is high. You would be the first.
Okay. I'm gonna come back to that. I know we're talking about turf right now, but soon we're gonna talk a little bit about our track surface. Because our track surface, as I put in a couple updates, and Mr. Mann has as well, is also deteriorating. What would the timeline be if we were trying to do both projects simultaneously? Could that also fit within that post-graduation pre-heat acclimatization window?
It would. So we would look to do there, and we had spoken about black with steel blue exchange zones, I believe. Is that correct? Right?
Yes.
So what we're doing first, we always want to work inside out, right? So we're going to knock the field out straight away, and then we'll jump over to the track. While we're getting to the finishing stages of the turf field, we're fully cleaning the entirety of that track, and then we're coming in with the overpour option that we've discussed with the Record 10M system. That whole process is going to be about 2.5 weeks to 3. The answer is yes, it will all be done within that window. But what we do is we then sequence our crews, because we have a track crew and then we've got turf crews, right?
Right.
So, hey, this one is getting done, and it's all, both projects are run by the same foreman or superintendent on our end, whereby, okay, we are 8 days out, we're bringing those guys right in here to make sure they're doing it, so as soon as one is done, the other starts, or they're being done in concert.
Okay. That's impressive, that you were able to turn that around that quickly. If the board were to move forward and they were look to bundle turf and track as kind of the same large project, and we would be the first in this area, could we engage in further conversation with some of these price points? Because I'd be happy to be a host site for you, for anybody that wants to come in and say, this is the product fully installed.
So I'll say yes. What I will do is tonight or first thing in the morning, let me go through and look at where is there room to tighten and so forth. And if there is, I can extend you that courtesy. We'll chat it through. What I will say, so for additional context, right now, like on the maintenance side, right? So we had done a 1-year deal just to kind of get the ball rolling, right? Most of our clients do 3, 5, or 10, depending upon what it is. The benefits of those extended terms are flatline operational expense, locked pricing, and so forth. So if we were, from a maintenance point of view, figure out what that engagement looks like. Is it the same 2 times a year with deep cleaning or something more frequency? We would figure out what that your sequencing needs to be. But I will definitively at least bring year 1, if not more, of complimentary service to the table in that regard. So for context, that was $3,400 just for that, right? So if that's 1 or 2 years of that engagement there, there's some value that I'll bring to that conversation while locking that number in the go forward, right? But I will definitely take a harder look at these. I do know we came in aggressive because we want the opportunity to work with you folks, and you hit it on the head. You know, this is a market that we want more of these products in the ground.
I have one other question.
It's like down by us, like Villanova, like a lot of places like that have it right here, but specifically in your quadrant, if you will.
How to say Villanova?
What's that?
How to say Villanova? Lock me out. Answer's
Answer's
no.
I was gonna ask the same question he did. I was just gonna be a little more blunt and say, how much of a discount do we get in other conversation, you know, but. And do you wear a special shoe for that, or which?
So for cleats, you always just want to wear molded cleats, never metal.
So the same cleat that you will wear on basic, I'm gonna use the term AstroTurf for want of a better word, it's not, you don't need a special shoe for
You
this.
use molded cleats, yeah, you just don't use metal cleats, right? They will tend to tear things up a bit more
So
aggressively.
I would imagine you would use metal, but you
Yeah.
don't need anything special because of the.
Yeah, like my son, or one of them, is a baseball player, and you know, he's 6'3", he's a huge kid, right? So he just has multiple sets in his bag, because depending upon where they're playing, if they have turf, he's gotta wear one, or it's natural, he's gotta wear the other, right? It's just sort of the way it is anymore.
I have a question.
Doesn't matter.
The $400,000 plain Jane option, right? The total replacement. What does that look like as opposed to option 1, option 2, and option 3?
Sure, if you could scroll down so that section is more visible. So on this, you are still going to have your midfield logo, 35 by 36, 4 colors. All of your sports lines, football with numbers and arrows, your lines, soccer, field hockey, lacrosse on here is lacrosse.
Does it have the end lines, the end?
Oh yeah, all the line packages are included in there,
So
right?
what-
And you do have your center logo. The difference in the systems is any aesthetic treatments that you cared about, including like we've shown you.
The picture.
More specifically, it is the premium is for a fully tufted field versus a traditional field, as I'll call it. Where, yes, it is more on the upfront, but you, A, are gonna get more longevity out of it, more durability out of it, and better ROI from it, and that field is never gonna have to be repaired in terms of any of your hashes, logos, seams.
It's more than just aesthetics that you're getting. by
Aesthetics
doing
is a nice little compliment. You know, like I laugh internally because maintenance, we're the largest maintenance company in the Mid-Atlantic region, and this system is sort of causing that vertical to potentially go away because it's just not as, won't be as prevalent. Yes,
So
sir.
you just talked about longevity. So what is your projected lifespan of the base price? 8
So
years?
what I tell everyone is that depending upon how we go, you're gonna at least have your standard 8 years.
Okay.
For some of these other products, we'll get up to 10.
So option 1, option 2, option 3
Right.
is
But
10?
what I tell everybody is regardless of your warranty period here, like anything, if you maintain it properly, you should expect to get 12 years out of the field. Maintaining a field properly means grooming it every 80 to 100 hours of use.
Even the base price one?
Yes, everybody's well-intentioned in that regard, but, we've seen, going back to COVID till now, grounds crews were 10 people, now they're 6, and they have a whole host of stuff, and I've got all these other, I gotta go cut the grass across 4 schools or whatever, this is fake, I'll get to it, next thing you know, it gets neglected, right? So again, every 80 to 100 hours of use, or we can come in and fill the void, whatever that looks like. But all that to say is you should expect 12, specifically in a full multi-purpose thing. From a BA's point of view or a budgeting point of view, I say, have the wherewithal in year 10 if need be. You should expect 12, but that way you're safe.
So ours is 13?
You've
Am I
gotten-
correct?
You've gotten good.
So 13 with a mediocre product versus we may be able to get even further out with ours.
Correct.
Our maintenance and coupled with these companies that come in and do the professional treatments, we've been rigorous with that over the years, which is why we've gotten, I would say, extended life out of it. Which is what I would plan to do moving forward with whatever product we do going in next. What I keep coming back to in my mind is the fact that if we get to the point where we're not having all those other sewn-in pieces and we're decreasing seams, that in and of itself should increase durability and longevity.
Correct.
Maybe even more of a concern for me is just player safety. Because when those seams start to go and they catch a cleat in those and they go down, that's when we're talking about ankles and knees.
Like here's a picture of what's currently going on your field right now.
So
So-
Joyce asked the question
That's
about
our
the
field carpet.
difference.
Yes, we've repaired those,
I
but-
think if you think about it as in, when you're doing carpet, like wall-to-wall carpet versus wall-to-wall carpet and somebody cut out the middle and put a
An
piece
inlay,
of
yeah.
inlay in it. That's the difference, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
But if you
So-
think
and I
about
brought
something
samples
like
of each.
that,
So this is
wherever
the,
that's
this
out
is
on the field.
the base,
And
that
I'll just
momentum.
use my son, he's 6'2",
Up there, so that's
200
the
pounds. He
399,
catches that the long
and then this
way.
is the one,
There goes his knee.
for,
So
yeah.
a lot of folks will say, hey,
So you can
feel
It's a
like
different, it's a different turf.
Yes, it's a different weighted turf, and you'll see it looks a little bit different as well, so it needs a little bit more robustness.
Yeah, that
It's
one.
ready to go X, Y, Z school,
This is the
play
option.
ball, and you just
Oh,
pull your
that's
knee out.
option one.
because of
Yeah.
that. You got the same issue on your hands, right?
And option 1.
Dr. Link,
Now,
Well,
wait,
are we
option one,
losing
wait a minute, we've got different pricing.
playoff
We've
games
got-
because of our
So for
price?
game
And
on,
we've got option 1, option 2, and option 3.
So,
yeah,
So,
so,
this is the base,
yeah, this is the base, the
That's the
399.
base.
Yep, and then this is the other option.
that's this one right here.
No, this
No, that's the base.
is
With
the
the
base.
$400,000.
Yeah, and this is the one with game on.
The other thing,
Okay.
the thing about too, just like the green narrative, right, so, and I'll send this to you post haste,
The difference
but
is in
you are
the
reducing the amount of
grass.
inlays on your
It's
field
longer.
by
It's not
100%,
longer.
97 to
Both
100%, right?
But
Seam
there-
tape,
it's the weight of the,
60% less, because you don't need it. Adhesive, 50%, 56% less. Total turf required is 10% less than normal. So you're checking a box there and you're using less material to solve for a better
So it's
outcome.
an environmental.
well,
You can make that
There's no.
narrow.
So,
But this is
sorry,
actually.
if I just said that, there's a question that was asked down here.
I think our budget yet. We didn't do a budget yet.
So,
It will be.
what Mrs. Husak just asked is that we often are a host site in playoffs because geographically where we are located in D11, Colonial League, even state playoffs. We are getting those, and that's a profit maker for us, okay? Because what happens is it gives us another opportunity to open up our concession stands. It gives us an opportunity for not only our main concession stand, but our band to open up their concession stand. Those type of opportunities, as well as they pay all the costs that we incur. So we say, listen, we're having a playoff game here. We want our school police officers here. They pay all that, either whether it's D11 or PIAA. We are losing those opportunities because our field is deteriorating so rapidly now that they're saying we're not comfortable hosting this whatever playoff game, championship game it is here at Northern Lehigh. Whereas it used to be, we used to be the first place that they would look when our stadium was first built. We're losing those opportunities now. So no matter what the board wants to decide, I'm gonna strongly recommend that we do something this summer. And I'm also gonna recommend that although it may cost more, right? It may be $100,000 more, but I think that $100,000 value, in my opinion, is evident in one, safety, but two, less opportunity for ongoing repairs because of less seams. So that's kind of, as your superintendent, that's where I am right now. I'm not saying you need to go top of the end, but I'm saying you may want to consider going more than just a $400,000 one.
And these fields are 46-ounce face weight, meaning 46 ounces of fiber per square yard. They're very dense, thick turf systems meant to give you the longevity.
Right. So longevity, safety, ongoing revenue as a neutral host site. So I know it's a lot to consider. You don't have to make a decision on it tonight, other than maybe give some direction to administration on, do we want to continue conversations with Keystone and say, well, what may be the best package, especially if we're going to couple turf with track surface. But I really strongly urge the school board to address both of those concerns this summer. Mrs. Molentouris and I already have a plan on what that would look like, because clearly there's going to be budget impacts, but a way that we could do it where we can use current funds available, or potentially even work with Keystone to say, if we commit to it, funds that may become available with next year's budget. But we've already run through several different scenarios. What I'm looking for tonight is, do you want administration to continue with this dialogue with Keystone and come back with a more definitive recommendation, or invite you to give us a recommendation as to which product level?
It's your call on if you couple them or not. I'm not pushing it one way or the other. Some value that because they're on the same quote-unquote life cycle.
Yes.
By the time they have to get replaced or overboard, if you will, from that standpoint. And then from a sort of payment schedule. So normally our draw schedule is 30 upon signing, 30%, 30 when we mobilize, 30 when we go green, and then 10 when we punch out, right? So chatting through some of the challenges short term, we're more than open to figuring out what draw one looks like and get the rest of it after the new budget cycle kicks in. Again, we're zero debt, money's not really a big issue with us in terms of like not being able to provide you a little bit of latitude. What we simply try to solve for some of our upfront manufacturing costs. But I can work with you to minimize that, to get you slotted, and we know that the rest will follow, because we're gonna be, in all likelihood, by the time July 1st comes around, we're probably done one and starting the other, or gonna knock them both out in July, right?
What
you
kind
can
of
do both in
timeline
30
would,
days.
so if we say, if we have to make a decision and say go, when do you need that go in order to still meet that summer timeline?
So the key care-abouts from that standpoint are, you need to get it on the calendar to get it done, right? And where I sit within our company, I've already gone to my counterparts and said, I need you to hold a slot. And on a weekly basis, I would say we probably put 2-3 dozen fields like in kind under contract, right? So eventually we get to a capacity issue, right? But I have that. But if we get into February, March, I get to a point where they're like, we've got all these, what do you want to do here? What we don't want to do is we have the opportunity to provide zero impact to your schedule in the other way, and it's simply by getting under contract ASAP, 1, 2, in the event that these are the routes you want to go, We need to account for that elongated manufacturing period, but what we can do is if we get that into the queue a little bit earlier into the equation, we can definitively not put ourselves in a position where we experience further delays, right? Because we're getting in on the earlier side of the queue for the peak really jams.
I thought of my other question from before. When you're removing the current turf, if you discover that it's not, the underlay is not in as good a shape as you were hoping,
The aggregate base.
the aggregate underneath, right? So is that like, you know, like a change order then, or?
So that is, we've walked the field, and normally you can fill large depressions, and you got this, that are going on. You don't have that, which is positive.
Okay.
But to your point, after that field is degrained, we fully inspect the nailer board that is on there, which if we have to replace it, we just do it on a linear foot basis, right? We call that out there, right there. And then we are going to fully laser grade that field, right? So that way we make sure that the whole base foundation is plumbed the way it needs to be. It is rare, unless you've had large sinkhole histories or things of that nature, where more aggregate is going to be required to deal with something like that.
So do most school districts do like a do not exceed agenda item then? Just in case there is some sort of.
They can, but to answer your question, like if something were to come up and we needed to bring in 20,000 tons of, or 20 tons of stone, which is not the case, right? Here's what that line item looks like, right? And you know what it is, and we would just change order it at the time. That does not appear to be required in this engagement, right?
Thank you.
Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Williams had a question. She's been waiting patiently, I cut her off.
Two quick questions. Weather. So I'm assuming if it's a rainy season, how would that affect the installation?
Great question. So really, as long as it's not a downpour, we're gonna have no problems. Where weather really is an issue is in the infilling process, which is the very last step. We need dry conditions for that, because what happens is any precipitation will get into that infill, cause it to clump, it'll create sort of electromagnetic kind of stuff, I don't know the best way to describe it, and then it clumps and doesn't go down. So on the infilling side, we need that to be dry conditions. If we have drizzles and stuff like that, we can keep on rolling. But with like specifically these, we're cutting out several days of labor. So when I provided guidance there of that, 15 to 17 day window, and all practicality, I've already built in 3 days of rain there, right? Number one. Number two is if we find ourselves in a scenario, because of the volume of capacity employees that we have, if I need somebody to say, hey, deploy half your crew up here to make sure we stay on point, we just shoot them over here, right? I don't know, so over in New Jersey, there's a large baseball complex called Diamond Nation. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that. So we just did that last year through the winter, November through February, 700,000 square feet. Cold as it had been in 5 years, snow, all of it, right? And we got through it on time. Same thing with Mid-Valley when we did theirs up in Scranton. We've seen it, done it.
And the other question I had, this might be Mr. Mann, like the longevity. Is it, I guess I want to ask about going back to the way, like practice time. Like I know this year, because of the field, everybody was using the turf. I mean, field hockey was, soccer was, because they could not, and football, they could not use the practice fields. So if the sports go back to using the practice fields at practice time, just not using the turf, will that make the longevity? You know what I'm saying? Like every day, if we're only using it for the games,
No.
will it last longer?
Well, yeah, absolutely, it would last longer.
Okay.
But that's not the case with our field.
Okay.
A lot of times, if football's down on the practice field, soccer or field hockey's up on the turf.
Okay.
So at no time or minimum time is the turf not in use, because we do have football, soccer, field hockey,
But they are
middle school, JV,
But when
you know.
I'm just saying, are the sports going to go back to using their practice fields?
Yes, yes.
I mean, right now we can't because, well, until we get the clearance. But I'm just gonna say, so the turf won't be used as hard as it was this past year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know where I'm
yes,
coming
yep,
from.
Yep. Yep, well, so the same teams that were using the practice, the turf field for practices minus football. So like usually it's JVs down on the practice field, varsities up on the field, or vice versa.
I'm just
So someone is using it, it may not be as hard being that they can't use.
My topics are way later than what we're, my topics are way later than what is happening right now.
The turf, unless it's game again, because we have the practice field.
Okay, try to bring it back.
Does the game also still come with a 2-year state title too?
Yeah, state title, yeah, there we go.
So, yeah, if I could, I think to help them out and to help us out a little bit, if we could determine maybe now, if we wanted to continue with the game on system over a traditional Tuft infield, then that kind of gives us a little bit more direction and we can kind of go from there.
Where's the money coming from?
That was gonna be my question.
I think it's in the finance.
Well,
Okay.
the only problem I have with what I've been hearing is that we might have some money this year, but we've then be building that into next year's budget. That scares me to no end. Because if we put that in now, and then our budget goes high, we're gonna start cutting things, and we're gonna cut education, and I refuse to do that.
So, well said, and I fully agree with you. As you're aware, we've been talking about we need to do capital improvements across the district. That's not new news to anyone. We have also been talking about, because of previous decisions made, we know that we're gonna do work on the stadium, we're gonna do work on Peters Elementary School, we're gonna have to do work on the high school, the middle school. And administration is fully recommending that we use, as we've been saying, fund balance to address some of those needs, because our fund balance is not gonna now go towards what would have been a common campus. It's gonna go towards helping to pay for some of these other required repairs and ongoing maintenance, preventative maintenance for the school district. So what we would recommend is that this comes out of capital reserve, which is dedicated for these type of projects, where fund balance transfer would go into capital reserve, and then we can draw down on that to do some of these projects as well as other projects that we're looking at. That is not to say that we're gonna deplete our fund balance or put so much into capital reserve that at some point down the road, we may not have to consider a bond, not a $50 or $100 million bond, but some sort of bond work to do these 10-year plans that we have to do for capital improvements across the school district, multiple buildings. So honestly, right now, and the other things that are listed on here for this agenda this evening, and Mr. Mann and Mrs. Molatoris and I have been through this on several, many conversations, to say, can we do this without jeopardizing the financial well-being of the school district? And we're fully confident that we can, without impacting teaching and learning. Right? We know that we have to do capital improvements to the school district. Our field and our track, as well as with the chillers at the high school, are probably the most important right now. So are there going to be budgetary considerations for the 26-27 school year budget? Sure, absolutely. But for this type of work right now, we're recommending that, well, this is what we were saying we would do with that $18+ million fund balance, is to start doing some of this work.
I have a question.
Sure.
Did these go out for RFPs? For
Well,
bid?
yeah, so what we did was we called local areas that do turf, or
you
in
called
our
them?
area,
Okay,
yes, to send us proposals on the turf. That's where you have your field turf.
Because I see that a lot of people didn't submit anything.
One person, yeah, one
Well, not a
company
lot.
from Virginia never responded, yeah.
I'd just like to make one comment. Echo what Dr. Link said earlier about home games if you have a nice facility. Our previous athletic director, and I'm going back when we put in the new track and the new AstroTurf, estimated that a home game at Northern Lehigh brought about $10,000 into our district. And he documented that with wages and salaries, concession stand, et cetera, and that was some years ago. So there is some financial advantage in having home games at your stadium, so. It's something that I'm gonna take into consideration when I think about where I wanna do it now.
Do we currently have like the base now, like the base package that he describes, is that sort of what we have now?
Actually,
I think we need to decide if we
what
want to
you
do
have
that.
now,
It's less than that.
being the age that it is, our base system is superior by a large multiple than what. you
What
have
does the
currently.
money look like with the field and the track?
That's
So for the track, we're looking at the track kind of resurfacing, I guess you would call it.
It's an overpour, yes.
It's an overpour. That is about $341,000. for
And
that
there's no
project.
option with that, that's it?
Those,
Discount if we do both?
we did not get, we reached out to Field Turf, they did not give us
That's
a
because
proposal.
Okay.
none of these
And
companies
Spin
do
Turf,
that work.
Spin Turf also did not.
They don't do that kind of work, which is,
Field Turf was trying to get something together and they,
well, yeah.
yeah.
But the system that we're going here with is called what we call an overpour, right? So we fully inspected your track. You're not in a scenario where it's required to have a mill and pave, right? The asphalt profile on it is, got a decade plus before you have the severe expenditures. And a full depth mill and pave of a track, you know, is probably 2.5 times that number for context, right, in today's dollars. So you're coming in, you're fully cleaning that, any minor repairs that are done, boom, then you're coming in with a whole new system over the top of it, right? Whereas others, you know, they get to a point where typically a new asphalt profile, when you put in a track, is meant to give you about a 20 to 23-year window, and then asphalt naturally is just gonna crumble a little bit, right?
Right.
And that's where you start to see cracking, this, that, and third happen. Once that starts, you're not stopping it, and then it's a function of, do I have 1.5 mill, or do I take it all the way down, et cetera. But full depth mill and paves in the track are definitively in your 700-800 neighborhood
So that
today.
price will not change?
No, that's,
Okay,
we would,
for ours.
so everything's locked as soon as we contract.
What's the warranty for that?
10.
10?
what do we want to do here?
I say let them explore the full seam option for the field and look into maybe they can do something a little better if we include the track. That's my perspective.
When you say full seam, you mean?
No seam.
No seam.
Yeah, that's, I'm
Like
sorry,
an
that's what I
option
meant.
one or below.
Yeah, one or below, yeah, those other options.
Context,
Oh, one or below.
1, 2, or 3.
1, 2, or 3, yeah,
There's
1,
an
2, or 3.
overpour in there, which is the places you record 10 ash, which is a poured on system, 11 millimeter stick. There is the sister product, which is a sprayed on system, which is fine, the warranty's less, but you're only saving like maybe 20-something thousand, not much for the value you're getting in terms of warranty and usage and performance.
Can we see the
ask a question?
price?
Are we not required to put this out for bid by the state?
So
I think they did put it out for a bid.
No, it didn't go, so no. What we did was we reached out to vendors, 3 of them, that are on already the state-approved list. So either Co-Stars or what's all close, ABM.
Yeah.
So would it not benefit us to put out for bid?
If we go out for bid, it's unlikely that we're gonna probably be able to hit the timeline for this summer.
So for context, procurement-wise, you know, sort of the legacy route for procurement of projects like this, where, hey, let's put it out to public bid. And over the last probably 10 to 12 years, everybody now procures these projects via the state cooperative purchasing program, Co-Stars in this particular case. The reason being is in a bid environment, you are beholden to the low number, regardless of that company's capabilities, skill sets, or otherwise, right? Whereas in the Co-Stars route, you're getting the right entities that are in there. We're all putting our best numbers forward. You have the ability to select the low number if that's your so desire, or you can control your own destiny and partner with the entity to whom you have the most comfort level within. But all of our pricing is pre-negotiated at the state contract level, so it sort of solves for that. But that's why, you know, whether it's, in my world, smaller projects like this, or the $20 million projects, they're all being done via that procurement route today.
Dr. Lee, can we see the money part of it again?
And to further expand on that, sir, like what we do is specialty services, right? Now, that,
Where the
in that
the
regard, like
options
what
are.
we do, there's only 3 or 4 companies that do what we do, right? So when you put a project like this out to bid, you might have Joe, and I'll usually the tennis analogy is a perfect one, right? People are gonna put it out there and they're putting in a full brand new tennis court. So we're not an asphalt company, right? But we're involved with that. We have select partners that are asphalt guys that are gonna do that. What happens is Joe Asphalt Company provides a low ball number to get the project, right? Then they get numbers from people like us who do resurfacing, and they use mom and pop who's buying acrylic surfacing from Lowe's and installing it in only 1 layer instead of 3, and they are doing it beyond, prior to the standard cure periods, whereby within 6 months the whole thing is spider webbing and coming apart. Danville experienced that. Pittston's experienced it right now, and it's because said company came in there with a element of capability relative to the aggregate, but were relying upon others to finish it, and ultimately the outcome led to hundreds of thousands of dollars of change orders.
Danville's is awful.
Not anymore, we
No.
just fixed it.
Yeah, it was bad a couple years ago.
But that's why folks have gone this route, because they want to make sure that they're working with the right entities to whom they want to do it. Whereas specialty services also follows into your bricks and mortar, right? Your verticals, as we call them. There are far more entities that have that level of expertise where we do not build vertical structures. So when we do any of our stadium projects, I'll use Wilkes-Barre as the example, they're massive field house. It's concessions, locker rooms, all that. We build out all the pad foundation, all the electrical and sanitary conduit run, and brought them to a tie-in. They public bid the building because there's dozens and dozens of companies that have that capability, and they can get the low number there. But relative to all the athletic components of the project, there's only a few that can do it, and very few like us that can do it at scale and in an aggregate capacity.
Okay, so I think we had a lot of information tonight, and I think we're kind of getting, it's getting close to 9 o'clock. So I think what we need is some direction from the board as to, do we want to continue to pursue Keystone to look at this and go forward with this project? I need direction. Yes, no?
I say yes.
I say yes, we need it. I'm a yes.
I think it would benefit us to hear.
I mean, we don't have to make a
proposal
full
from-
decision tonight,
proposal.
but we need to look at moving forward. We do need to do this turf
We
at
need to
some
hear
point.
a proposal from buildings,
Yeah.
buildings and grounds, what they want.
Okay,
I still have a concern about the budget.
okay.
And really, I mean, even to say, we do this because we'll get special, special programs here, that's all nice and good, except if Parkland, who has a lot of more money, does a better field than us, we're not gonna get it. So we're speculating on that. There's no guarantee. And my concern is taking money from next year's budget that we don't even have in a budget yet and putting it in as a base. I have a problem.
Well, I think he was saying we would use the fund balance.
So just for clarity, you don't have to take it from next year's budget. You could, but we have money in our fund balance now available, which we've already been discussing about putting towards capital projects such as this, that we have in pocket.
I would be all right if it came out of fund balance.
And just for clarity, what would happen is it would leave fund balance and go to capital reserve, and then we can draw it down as we need it.
Right.
But initially from fund balance.
So we wouldn't be putting this into the next year's budget. Oh, this is an additional $750,000, or actually probably more, that we need to raise taxes on and move. That's not
Correct.
the case.
Your statement is correct.
This is a project that needs to be done. It's whether we hit it this year or next year. We're getting a lot of information on something that could be beneficial to us. So we just need to know if we need to pursue this a little further.
I think we pursue it a little further, but I think we need to narrow this part down
I
of where
think
we
that
want
absolutely, we
to be.
definitely need to narrow things down, but
Yeah.
we need direction right now to say, we are going to look at this further.
I'm in agreement with looking at it again, and more so for the safety of the athletes. Because there is a little bit of a concern out there of what's happened. If we look at even just the number of injuries that we're seeing on our turf over the last year or two, there's been quite a few, and I believe that the choice needs to happen that something needs to be done to it, or the other choice is we don't have those sports. That's the option, because sooner or later it's going to become a safety issue. And those were some choices we made even with the softball, baseball field, making sure safety was still part of it. These things cost money, and this is part of our hard decisions.
Okay. Can I just add to that? This is history again, and I'm sorry to you, but I got to do this. When we put AstroTurf in, it wasn't because we wanted to, put new AstroTurf in the fanciest field. If you remember, District 11 came to us.
Yep.
The Colonial League came to us and said, guys, your field, you know what? If you don't fix it, we're not going to let you play home games anymore. You're going to have to find a new field. You're going to have to play at Parkland or Lehigh or whatever. You got to fix your field. And if we fool around with this and let it get worse and worse and worse, it's only a matter of time until they're going to come back and say, hey, Northern Lehigh, maybe you want to consider something. Now we're 2 years down the road. We're stuck. We don't have time to do negotiations, and we got to get a new field in 2 months. And how do we do it? I don't want to get in that situation. And we were there before, and we were stuck because people didn't want to move ahead. They didn't want to have to spend the money, and it cost us a lot more than it would have if we had prepared and moved ahead with what we should have. So
I'll agree
That's all.
with Matt, because I was on the board at that time, and it was a decision that had to be made.
It had
Because
to be made.
PIAA said, you will not play on this field.
Yep.
We don't
Thank
want
you,
to
Donna.
get
We
to
can't
that
get there,
point.
no.
We can't get there. We can't.
So, is the committee comfortable with Mr. Mann and myself and Dr. Rush-Wallace, ongoing conversations? I'm going to propose that we maybe narrow it down to,
25 or 26?
I'm sorry, say again?
25 or 26, or Z?
Z5.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
can't see that letter.
That's what I was going to request. I think that is for the dollars putting into it, I think one of those two options would be the greatest value, coupled.
With the longest.
Yes, coupled with the track, and then I'm gonna have some pretty serious conversations with you about, best pricing available, and warranties and things like that. And I'd like to be able to come back with a definitive recommendation to this committee.
Well, what I'll commit to is as early as tomorrow, we can dive into this. We'd love to, this next week is the next thing to get it on there, so we can get the ball rolling and make sure there's no delays. I'll work to that outcome.
So,
I just want to make sure everybody heard that comment.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
all right, so I think we're gonna move to the next item then.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to go back to the beginning then, or? Yeah, okay, so now we're going to be going back to the finance and proposals.
All right, so we'll start back at the beginning. Back in November, when we first talked about chillers.
Excuse me, do they want their grass?
Nope, these are our samples.
Oh.
We can hold on to them.
I don't think that's gonna help your seed.
400,000 more, maybe we can do it
Are we
ourselves.
taking a fund?
Okay.
So,
To order.
we're gonna go to chillers, but honestly, if anybody needs to take a bathroom break, we can get it. Just go. We're all adults, you can go.
Yes.
We're good?
Go for it.
All right. So back in November, if everyone remembers, we had the original chiller proposal from McClure. The board asked if we would go out and actually get bids on that. So we did. And right now, ASL Refrigeration came in at the lowest at $175,100 for the initial one chiller, the chiller that is not working right now. To replace that chiller is $175,100. To replace them both at the same time, it would be $336,900.
It's only 3,000 less than Michael.
And then those are the other companies that responded.
Correct.
And you can kind of see where they came in for base bid, add alternate, or both combined.
Any benefit to either of these companies?
Actually, 3 of those companies are co-stars, yes. Yep.
And ASL is one of them?
I don't know. I believe ASL,
They are
McClure.
co-stars.
Yeah, they're all co-stars. Yep. Yeah. So again, it's co-stars is kind of, it's not always the cheapest, but a lot of times it is the cheapest, and it's the closest because, like I said, you have 3 companies there that are all co-stars, and they're all real close. Like I said, ASL's at 336.9, and I think McClure was, if I don't have my numbers, 339.
398, actually.
Yeah, so I mean, they're real close.
Do you have a preference? Other
Of
than
the two?
Yeah.
No, at this point, I would be comfortable with going with ASL.
Okay.
Sorry. No company came front and had anything, a better product than the other. So, yeah. So really, the direction right now from the board is, are we gonna replace the one at the base price of $175,100? And wait for the second one to maybe a year or two, or for that one to fail? Or do we get ahead of it and just replace them both at the same time?
They are both the same age,
Correct.
which I think is, how old are they?
19 years.
19 years.
What happens with the one that still works?
It will eventually fail.
No, I meant, what will we do with it?
Nothing.
Well, it would just be gone?
Yes, and one big reason for that is because of the Freon that's in it is
No
ozone
more
depleter.
Freon, yeah.
It's a 410 Freon. That's another reason why when we went to fix the system, the chiller that was down right now, it was almost $83,000 to repair it. Because in order to repair it, they would have to evacuate all the Freon that you can no longer use, change the filters, change the compressors, because now they're all contaminated with the old Freon, and that's why it almost was better for us to just look at new units than to try and repair that system.
I need the Freon in my air conditioner, and oh my God, it's expensive.
I say both.
I'd say both.
I would say both because I think you're gonna end up having a cost increase 2 years down the road. That 175 is gonna be 195 or whatever. I
Correct.
think you're saving money right now.
And with Mrs. Snyder, what she had just said too, the alternate is if they're both done at the same time. So you're saving money because now you don't have to call for another crane, you're not paying for disposal of that Freon, it's all done at once. So that's why that initial bid of 175, and then you see the second bid at 161, that 161.8 is less because of that.
But it's the same unit.
It's the same
Right,
exact unit.
they're using the same crane at the
Yep.
same time. That's most likely crane costs and
Yep.
stuff in there.
And labor and, yeah.
Right,
Correct,
yeah.
so now they're there, it's cheaper for them to do them both in the long run at the
Right.
same
I mean, we're
time.
gonna end up needing to replace that other one anyway, so we
Well,
might as
and
well do it now.
knock on wood, if we would do one this summer and maybe wait for the second one next summer, that one that's in there now may fail, and we're right back to where we are now, running on one chiller when it's required, when it's needed to have two, to do the whole high school.
I would put two on the agenda, that's what I would do.
All right, so if everyone is okay with
Yep.
that, we will be doing both of the units, and we will be putting that on the board
So yes.
agenda.
So first, I need to ask
Yeah.
the board if everyone agrees to the low bid of ASL refrigeration.
Yes.
And then the next one is if I can, with board's approval, put it on next Monday for, agenda for approval.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Where's the money coming from for that one?
Capital reserve.
Got it.
Yep.
Is that for the chillers?
Put it on the agenda.
Yep. Okay, so next bullet is for the door repairs at the middle school and the high school. So again, you asked to go out for more pricing on that to see if we can't get a better deal. We did, we went out to DM Installations, they were one that came back to us. Their proposals, I don't know if Dr. Link, if you want to click on them or not, they're more than Kelly Brothers. And that's just for the frame and the doors, that's not including the hardware. One reason why Kelly Brothers is giving us a better price on that is because they are getting the doors, the frames, the hardwares, because we actually have, Kelly Brothers is licensed to do our keys. If anyone looks at our keys, we can't just go down the Boyers and cut our keys. We actually have to sign documentation licensing a manufacturer to make our keys. So even with that second bid coming in, he can't do our hardware. So Kelly Brothers would still have to supply the hardware on top of them installing the doors. So again, Kelly Brothers is less than the DM installations, because that's just for the
numbers
doors.
here, or am I missing?
They're-
So Mr. Mann, tell me which ones you want me to click on.
Okay, so that one there, if you click on the first one, so that's.
There we go.
If you scroll down. So for, I believe that's,
That's the middle school auditorium?
yep, so that's the auditorium door, $9,109. That's the bottom of the auditorium to the right that leads out to the side of the building.
And then you have to add the 2,500 to that because he's saying to.
That's all in there. So our price would be the $9,109.
So he's not, are you sure that includes the removal?
But not the hardware.
Because usually if it says add, it's like you have to
No,
add
this
the
one is
2,500
hardware.
for that
This one does include.
particular.
Yeah, I think that's all included there. That's the 9, yep. That's why Kelly Brothers is a lot less, because their hardware is already installed in the door.
Okay.
Yep.
I recommend we bring this to Monday.
And then the middle school, again, is the same way. All the hardware's already included. Now, I'm asking the board now to not, we're not gonna pull this out of capital reserve. This is gonna go on to my budget for 26-27.
So this is something that we're looking to build into next year's school budget.
Into my budget, correct.
They're both the same price, 91?
What is the total cost for this? Because this is really hard to,
Yeah.
at 9 o'clock at night.
Close to $20,000 for the two.
I don't actually
Is it
have
2
that.
doors?
So you
middle
would
school
have,
and
it's
high
two,
school.
it's 3 doors at the middle school and a door at the high school.
So the
So 4 total.
9,100,
Yep,
the other
times 2.
9,100 is times 2? Or is that times 3?
No.
So we're looking, first one in the auditorium, all in is 9,100.
Okay.
And then the 2 at the gym are
Also 9100.
9100.
91, yeah, so it looks like they're all the same. So we're
They're all
looking
the same.
at, what, 27?
What's the third proposal there?
This here is not, this is what, Chris, this one? What is this for here? That's the 10,975.
That's the other bid.
That's the other bid?
Yep,
Okay.
yep. So
Because
that's
both of them
DM.
are under DM, gotcha.
Yep, and then the next one down at the high school then is the next door.
You want it under Kelly, right?
Yeah. The high school is a little more, it's 11,570.
I think before, I agree with you, Natalie. I am
39.
concerned that there's an additional material.
I feel like
add-
there
It
might
says
be
add
there
on. It
on
says
top
add
of it, so
on.
I'd be curious before I'm,
Can you
that's
just,
another like
Well, I mean-
$8,000
right,
when you
so
start adding those up.
when we write a proposal, if there's a particular item that isn't included in the top and it's an add or an alternate, we put a line item. So I would just wanna make sure that they're not saying that if they had to do any of the, like alternate labor price to remove existing hardware and install above material, add 15. Do they need to do that?
So you're
Okay.
saying if
So
that's
if they
not,
have to do that, then they're gonna charge you 1,500 more. If they
Right.
don't need to do it, then it's that original cost of
Correct. I can
11,000.
verify that with them, but I was told that 11.5 is our cost.
Yeah, if you can verify that,
Yeah,
that would be
just check
great.
that off.
Because they all have
Because
that.
if we,
So,
I agree with
right
you.
now, all I'm asking is that I
Yeah.
can put this in my budget for next year.
Why are you bumping
Why,
it down
why
to
do you
next
ask
year?
us? I thought you guys.
Because I don't have it in this year's budget.
Okay.
It's basically like
Only half through the
30,000
year.
plus
So I mean-
possibly more.
29,770.
Yeah, almost
Yeah.
40,000 for, if those add alternates needed to be done, you'd have to add that into, that's close to 40,000.
Sure.
So
Yep.
that's
Yep.
what he'd be looking for in his
Projects
next
like
year's
this.
budget.
Okay.
Try to get it out there and have a public conversation about it.
Okay, okay.
Are we okay with that? Can
Yes.
you, can he,
Put it on the agenda.
yeah, clarify that and get it moving?
So I don't think it needs to go onto the agenda, it's
No.
go on to the 2026,
Yeah.
27
Yeah.
proposed
Yes.
budget.
Correct,
Okay, thank you.
These are outside doors, right?
correct.
So one, I know it's late, but one question with that. Since it's outside doors, has to do with safety.
Correct.
I know there's safety grants coming out that Dr. Stoker was just talking about. Is that something that she could apply for?
I would have to talk to Dr. Stoker to see if it would pertain to this.
Okay.
If it's PCCD, I'm pretty certain that it doesn't cover doors.
Okay.
But I will definitely verify with her that if it doesn't include doors.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and we're working through the PCCD grants. There's two of them. One of them is non-competitive. That's what we use to fund our school police officers, which is what
Correct.
we're going to recommend that we continue to do that with, so that doesn't come out of our balance, our operating budget. There is a competitive one this year, but it looks like it's more targeted towards the community, not necessarily just school districts, and they're specifically targeting school districts where there's high incidence of gun violence, which, like, I don't know that we could justify that here.
Yeah.
We
I could
can't
go shoot a
justify
couple
that.
Hey, we're
doors
a lot
and
of
stuff.
hunters around here.
Yeah.
Just thought I'd ask.
All right, so we're gonna move to the next item. So we are now down to the Slatington Library.
No, water.
Oh, water fountain,
Water
sorry. Yeah.
So again, this is another one I'm asking the board kind of for direction. So as everyone knows, we want to start replacing the old outdated bubbler fountains. The push button with the water comes out in a nice arc. We would like to go to the bottle filling stations. So again, the direction I'm asking from the board is, do we want to break this down to years, to buildings? My idea is to allow the maintenance department to install them, to try and save money there. Each unit, as you can see, ranges from about $2,500 to $3,500, depending upon what is there. If it's the newer style that has the back to it, that's the lower side, the 2,500. The 3,500 is, if depending upon the hole size, what we have to cover up with the new bubbler.
How many do you have to replace yet?
So there's 24 total in the district.
Doesn't
that's what I was
middle
curious
school
about,
have
too.
26.
bottle fillers?
Yes, so the high school has 3 total. The middle school has 2. Slatington, I believe, has 4. So yeah, each building, I think we bought, I don't remember offhand exactly how many we bought now.
So we have some at every building.
Correct.
Have you
Correct.
noticed if the costs go up year to year with these things, or if they stay pretty much the same?
Cost that.
You know, per unit, they're 2,500 to 3,500,
Oh,
like, have you noticed
to
if
tell you the
there's
truth,
a?
I haven't really monitored them that close, since we came up with this, to replace them. I'm sure it's like anything else, I'm sure
Yeah,
it's
it
gonna go up a
increases.
little bit over the year.
So my question, the other question I had, since we have some in every building, do we need to replace every fountain? Do we need to? I mean, I don't know where they're located, so I don't know
And how they're used,
yeah.
how used they are.
Because if we don't need
I
to,
mean-
that's,
Sure.
I'm not saying I want to keep kids from getting water, but I
right,
mean,
there is access to water.
So we've already started capping off some of the water fountains because they're either non-functioning or they're just and those of you that were able to join us on the walkthrough,
Right,
they're
yeah.
I mean, I think having them in the main areas is, you know, helpful, like, you know, you have guests coming in, they wanna fill their water
I think
bottle
they're
and stuff.
already there,
but,
aren't they?
Like, yeah, I think that's where we have a lot of them, right?
Most of them are in like the lobby type areas.
Yeah.
I know when I taught at the middle school and the kids wanted to go fill the water bottles, and there's, what, 2 there, it did take a while for the kids sometimes to go fill up the water bottle, so.
Sure, well, at the middle school, I believe there's one at the gym, and then there's one on the entirely different end of the building. So, I mean, this would help with that, they wouldn't have to walk across the building.
They're kind of like setting up how many per floor and per vicinity.
So there's, like I said, if we go with the high school looks at about 5. So just do the high school, we're looking at about 5. The middle school would be another 5. Peters, I can't give you an exact number, only because of, there's some of them that we're having problems with the plumbing. So we may not replace those. Those will get blanked off.
How often do kids go and fill water bottles?
A lot.
At that age, you know, the younger ones.
They all do.
Okay, so between.
But I'm surprised there's 5 at the middle school that we need to replace.
But between Peters and Slatington, there's 16 to do?
So there's,
You said 26.
24.
24.
No, then you said 2 more, then you added 2 more to it.
7, so there's 7 total at Peters, 5. There's another 5 that we want to replace at the middle school,
5 at the high school.
5 at the high school. And Slatington, I'm not sure exactly at Slatington, because there's some classroom that have fountains in them.
Yeah, this would just be hallways, it wouldn't be fountains.
Yeah, so I would
Hallways,
feel safe to
lobbies,
say.
potentially locker rooms.
Do you need a decision tonight, or
Let's go
can we get
18.
the breakdown on
He just
Monday?
needs direction.
Yep. Do we want to do them all at once, or do we want to break them up?
24 of those is about $60,000 at 2,500.
Yep.
So worst case scenario, if you put it into the budget, when we look at the budget, we know it's a line item in the budget, we can choose to make a decision.
Correct.
So we can at least give direction to say, at least put it in, let's see what it does to the budget.
Correct.
We can always take it out because
Yep.
we're not approving it at this point, correct?
Correct.
Great, let's do that.
I agree, let's do that. Yeah.
All right.
Everyone okay
Sorry.
with that? All right. Next item,
So the next item is the library drive. Again, this is just to be transparent. We had 2 drives go out before the start of the winter break. We lost all heat in the library at Slatington. Too bad Todd's not here.
That's a drive.
So over the winter break, our winter break, we had a contractor come in and fix our drives. So the proposal for that, which is coming out of the Buildings and Grounds budget, was a little over $6,000.
So that's just informational, letting you know that we've
Yep,
already
I don't need
prepared that,
approval.
and it's in this budget.
All right, and then the next item, Bulldog Stadium scoreboard.
Okay, so I shared with the school board members in the past, the update right before winter break. So previously, I came to you along with members of the Educational Foundation to say, hey, they had $100,000 that they would like to put towards replacing the scoreboard in Bulldog Stadium. Since then, I've been in talks with another major donor. They would like to donate $80,000 towards that scoreboard, which brings us to a total of $180,000, which would be parsed out to us. What they would like to do, the foundation, is to pay for that over time by reimbursing the school district. If the school district were to purchase it up front, they could then, through their donations to them, which would be about $40,000 a year, then put that back to the school district, and over about 4 to 5 years, fully refund the school district for the purchase of a new scoreboard. Part of that, though, was I also went back to the vendor, Bob and Bob, that were here earlier in the fall, and I just kind of pushed them and said, you got to do better. Initially, it was $179,000 just for the scoreboard. They were able to back that down to $163,000, but we have $180,000 available to us. So what that would allow us to do would be to fully purchase a scoreboard, will be refunded over time, the curriculum that comes with it, as well as an extended warranty. So I am recommending that we move forward with that, but the board would have to be comfortable, like we've done, like St. Luke's gave us $1 million for the stadium and they're paying us back, but that is coming to us over the remaining years of the contract. This would come to us over 5 years from the $100,000 donor and over 4 years for the next donor who we have a contract with. And that would be the balance of that contract. So, you know, I'm recommending that the committee supports us moving forward. We're actually probably bringing this to the agenda for full consideration next week, because if we commit to it, right, they could probably have this installed prior to graduation, the new one, which we could then actually use during graduation, and it wouldn't interfere with installation of a project, turf and track, during the summer. The foundation is ready to kind of move forward with this. They asked that I bring it back in front of the committee. I know we have 2 foundation members sitting here, and we also have one that's also directly on the capital campaign committee. This is through the capital campaign committee.
So a couple other things. One is, he did mention the curriculum, which is a great bonus. Another thing is, and this doesn't directly impact our spending of our money, but the capital campaign, we have been trying to get people to donate to certain projects. This one, the scoreboard, is the most visible action out of all the things we'd like to do in the district. And if this is completed, people that are thinking about donating are going to look at that and say, hey, I'm not just going to give money, it's going to be used. Another big benefit of the scoreboard is the fact that we will be able to, as an education foundation, advertise on there. And the money that's would come in from that advertising would be able to go back into other projects for the district, which would be a savings to the district also. Did I miss anything, Gary?
That's pretty well it.
Yeah.
The 163, and I kind of remember like multiple scoreboards being talked about. Is that just one scoreboard? Is that just the one at the stadium?
It's just the one at the stadium.
Can you just remind me the cost of the?
Is it the high school one?
Is it the basketball? The high
Yeah, I think
school
it was in the basketball.
So we talked about
Area?
upgrades at the baseball, softball complex and in the high school gymnasium.
Got it.
So give me 1 second here.
I'm looking too.
I want to say, the only reason I'm asking is that we're doing this, I mean, not that I'm ready to go do the rest of it, but I'm not sure, can you explain the curriculum side to me again?
So go ahead, Mr. Weber.
No, go ahead.
We can, so when we're talking about things like marketing and entrepreneurship, there's actually a curriculum where you can teach the students on how to engage with potential companies that would want to advertise on there, but then also for the students to actually do the control of the scoreboard.
Got it.
Which would be more along the lines of like the marketing and advertisement type business pathway.
Got it.
So school districts that are using this, oftentimes they'll have students at the event where, you know, one of them's controlling the iPad to get everything up onto the screen. Another one may have one of the handheld cameras, which then can live stream up on there. We actually did that during our first responders night where we had the band members when they were performing up on, because the person that was here from the company had the camera that they were kind of going around and showing it. So that's kind of the student integration part of it.
Thank you.
Sure.
So I have the numbers you're asking the numbers of the other
Yes.
schools. So the original quotes for football was $179,000. Softball for each of the scoreboards was $79,000 each. And then for 2 screens with shot clocks in the gym, $99,000.
For the 2 screens.
Yes,
Total.
yes.
So, you know,
I think we tabled those, but the good news about the basketball one, there with the new PIAA rules coming, that is something we will have to look at because they are going to the shot clock. What is that, the 27, 28 school year? So that could be something as we start planning and looking at our future, but that's knowing that.
And there's a picture of what it would look like.
that's what one of the ones would look like in the gymnasium. And then the other one.
I think we look at football now,
I agree.
since we're working
Yeah.
on the field, and table the other ones.
Agreed.
For now.
The nice thing is, I was talking to Dr. Luke about this earlier, and the way I look at this is just like STEAM Camp. How we get our ESSERS grant money, eventually, the school district pays it out and then gets it back in. So it's not really an expense at all to the taxpayer.
This is one also where I would recommend to pay for it up front out of like a fund balance capital reserve, and then you know that we're just gonna replenish it. I'm gonna say it would take probably max 5 years, but we may be able to have it fully replenished in 4.
Go for it.
Yes,
I'm okay.
Is everyone comfortable with that?
Okay.
Thank you to
Thank
the committee and those who are donating.
Yeah, we'll be sure to do a major recognition of
Yes,
those.
please.
I mean, because they are very generous donors.
Yes.
And one of them, so one of them, their name will kind of be pretty constant up on the scoreboard, and the other one's going to be pretty constant on the facade of the concession stand. So they're going to be recognized for, you know, what they're doing. They're kind of like a naming rights type of activity.
Cool.
Okay.
Okay, so if nobody has anything else for buildings around, we're gonna close it.
And we're
Thank
going
you.
to finance.
Okay, I'm going to be real quick for finance. Mrs. Fink is going to give her cafeteria update, and then I'm going to share some information, part of which is really good news from Mrs. Molotores.
You got 2 minutes. Hey, Nikki, thank you for sticking around.
I'm on it, yeah.
Thank you for sticking around.
So way less
Thank
heavy
you to Mr. Fink for
topics
taking care of
here.
the kids.
I know, right?
After bedtime.
Just a reminder, Giant partnered with us again. January 1st, they started offering the Roundup at the register. So if you shop at Giant here in Walnutport, consider rounding up when you make your purchases. And that runs through the end of March 31st. The funds that we receive from that help out with our Backpack Buddies program, any meal debt, which we actually do not have any at the moment for any of our students, so that's good. So that's a quick one there. I applied for a mini equipment grant for hot chocolate dispensers and supplies. We decided in December, I forget the exact date, at the high school when my intern was here, we did a little needs assessment of our breakfast programs at our secondary levels. Our meal participation was low, so we focused on the high school and we offered free hot chocolate. It was a Friday, forget the date. It was a hit. It drew the students down to also then take the reimbursable meal at breakfast time. So conveniently, this grant the next week or so was available. We did receive the equipment. Alex distributed it to both the middle school and the high school I applied for. So we're hoping that maybe once a week over the winter months on a Friday, we can entice the students to come down at breakfast by offering this. So we're excited to have that equipment now. Next, we just to say that we are in need of staffing currently, 2 positions, a 5.5-hour food service staff member at Slatington Elementary, and then a 2-hour position at our middle school. So we are advertising and starting the interview process for those 2 positions. And then lastly, every year, Mrs. Molotores does submit our child nutrition financial report from the food service account that's due every December 31st of each year. And that tells us, you know, it basically looks at our expenses and revenues from the prior year. So this one that was just submitted this December was from 2024-2025 school year end, and any excess cash resources that we have at or above our 3 months operating expenditures, which this past year was $27,156.77. We need to spend down because we're not technically supposed to be above that. So We already started spending that down technically because you all approved me upgrading my, POS monitors, computers, barcode scanners, pen pad scanners, which basically all totaled about 15,000 of that. So we have about 12,000 left. The next thing that I am going to be looking into, don't have any information about it now or not looking for anything now, but we don't really have a way to display what our menu options are at the actual cafeterias themselves. So they have big, nice LED menu boards and stuff like that, so the students are aware if they didn't look online or pull it up on the app of what's actually available that day, they can see it on these nice menu boards. Excuse me, so that's what I was gonna be looking into next, so that's pretty much it. I don't know if I exceeded the 2-minute time period, but tried to just give you the headlines there.
You did great.
So,
You can take the board out for dinner if you want. And
there you
spend
go,
some money,
sounds good.
What diner around here is still open? None.
So seriously, good job, thank you, and again, good job for multiple years in a row, ending the year in the black to the point where the state's telling you, you have to go spend money.
Yeah.
So,
Which
nice
is better
work.
than having
Yeah.
to pay off debt
Yeah.
from students.
Yeah.
And way to go with that hot chocolate grant,
Yeah.
that is awesome.
Yeah.
Kids are gonna love it. Thank you.
Thank
So-
you.
So next, I'm going to cover for Mrs. Molatoris this evening. First, she would like me to share that the PEASER's employer contribution rate for the 26-27 school year has decreased from 34% down to 33.59%. Although the percentage rate is lower, the district will still experience an overall increase in PEASER's cost compared to the 25-26 year because our contractual salary obligations continue to rise with each year in the contract. So even though we're seeing a little bit of savings, it's not enough to cover the contractual salary increases. So here, this language here on the board here from committed fund balance down is going to appear on the agenda on Monday as an agenda item. And I'm just going to kind of give you a little bit of a narrative of that. The good news is the district's overall fund, so we received our final audit, and what we are now certain of, the district's overall fund balance ending last school year, June 25, increased by $522,887, so over $500,000 into the fund balance. Mrs. Molatoris adjusted the committed fund balance to increase the amount reserved for future health insurance costs increases and slightly decrease the amount reserved for PEASERS. The adjustment reflects the fact that the healthcare cost increase have outpaced PEASERS increases over the past several years. These committed amounts remain fluid and can be adjusted annually based on updated projections and future needs. So we're putting more money into designated areas of the fund balance because we know that we need to be able to cover things like our healthcare cost. Assigned current year usage represents the funds projected to be used during the 25-26 school year to balance the budget. As expenditures are anticipated to exceed revenues, this projection was made when the district budget was approved prior to the state finalizing its budget. So every year we know if we're going to be short, we have to put some in the designated areas of fund balance to be able to cover any gaps. Based on the final state budget, the district is now, so this is additional good news, based on the final state budget, the district is now expected to receive approximately $160,000 in additional state revenues over what we originally budget. So we budgeted conservatively because we didn't know where the state was going to go. We're actually coming out $160,000 ahead there. Additionally, and
Can I ask a question? Is that
sure.
160,000 in that
I don't believe
522 fund balance?
Don't believe it is yet because that's actually for this year's budget.
Okay, so that's not in.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure.
Additionally, Mr. Fedorcha, this is what I was referencing a little bit earlier about designating fund balance for capital reserve to cover some of these large costs. Mrs. Molatoris designated $3 million to be transferred to the capital reserve fund to support future district capital improvements. This is looking at a 10-year capital campaign improvement plan. I'm sorry, a 10-year capital improvement plan will be shared at an upcoming finance committee meeting. So proactively taking $3 million out of fund balance and putting it into capital reserve, so we can pay for some of these maintenance and preventative maintenance type projects that need to be done in the upcoming year and beyond.
Do you know how much is in capital reserve right now? Because I've never heard that figure, that phrase before that I can remember.
It's honestly not that much right now because we haven't said, okay, these are the projects that we want to do, like imminently, but now we're at that point where we're saying, here's the stuff that we need to do.
Okay, thank you.
So it's nowhere close to $3 million that you just put in.
Okay.
I think it's probably less than $100,000 at this point, actually. So, but that, we can put money into there on an ongoing basis. All that requires is a board motion saying that the board wants to take money from the fund balance and put it into capital reserve. That's not like a once a year type of thing.
Okay, I'm sorry, it's just.
And that is everything for the Finance Committee. I believe. I'm trying to find that because I think I just closed it. Just give me 1 second here.
Oh, that's right, she does have capital reserve fund transfers in there.
Okay, so that was everything for Finance Committee this evening. Mr. Culp, you can close and...
We can close Finance Committee and go to extracurricular.
Yes. Dr. Rush Wallace had asked that I share some updates this evening. One of the updates is that, and this kind of goes back to the work that we've been doing in our music program. We have students now that I can't say enough positive things about Mr. Hedgedis, our new secondary music teacher. For any of those of you that attended our winter concert, for the first time in many years, we had a choir back at the winter concert, middle school and high school. And we also have a core group of students. He's informally been doing like a guitar club where kids are showing up in the choir room and the band room at the high school during lunch and learn. And they're jamming because he is an amazing guitar player, Mr. Hedgedis, to the point where the kids are saying, can we do an after-school club? He said, yes, I would like to be an advisor for the after-school club. This is the initial application following the process. So we're recommending that on Monday evening, the school board approves the new club application for a guitar club, which would cost the district $200 for the first year.
Great.
Go for it.
Great.
Good.
Anything for kids.
Yeah.
Anything for kids.
Thank you. The next one is, she just asked me to kind of share out some highlights and activities that have been happening across the district. So we did have our high school and middle school band and choir concert on December 16th. Just some pictures here. This young man, whose name escapes me right now, he stole the show with his drum solo during he was good. So this here looks like it may be one of our ensemble bands, which is a smaller type of band that we have. We're also excited to share on January 15th, we have our first home and actually only home bocce game. So that's happening at the high school on the 15th, beginning at 3 p.m. As a reminder, this is one of our integrated sports where students with disabilities are playing alongside students without disabilities in actual competition against other schools. Cheer placed fourth at a District 11 competition recently, so our competition cheer placed fourth place at the District 11 competition.
Is that cheerleading?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
I thought, thank you.
Our boys basketball team is currently 4-9. Some exciting news, one of our junior players, Kellen Bauer, is on track to score his thousandth career point in the next couple of weeks. Girls basketball is 6-7. 6-7, they hosted a youth night on December 19th with the Northern Lehigh Youth Athletic Association, and there you can see a lot of their coaches and their players in front of our players, and that was a nice night to kind of recognize the youth girls basketball players. They also did a mentor appreciation night where the players honored teachers that they've had and made a positive impact on them through their academic career.
Thursday. That date is wrong.
Oh, I wonder why.
I don't know, but it's this coming Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
So
So 5.
Yeah.
So that's, was that the 8th? 1, 8. Thank you for that correction. Yes, you would certainly know. Okay, also junior Tegan Sims is on track to score her 1,000th career point in the next couple of weeks as well.
Those juniors.
They're both juniors, yes. Boys wrestling is currently 1 and 2. They've been doing more of tournaments, but now they're getting into their traditional season. Girls wrestling, our brand new girls team is 4 and 1. We had Anna Trelease in the most recent tournament. She placed first. Emiko Lucas placed third. Deja Gold fourth. Addison Banda fifth. McKenna Mosser fifth, and Sophia Pape fifth. Our girls wrestling team is leading the league right now, which is just so good. And there's a picture of some of our girls that placed. And winter sports, we try to include this each week in the participation rates. But here's a snapshot of our winter sports participation rates broken down by sport. So our winter participation rates are actually very high. And that concludes the ECC committee update for this evening.
I don't know if we should be including this, but this Thursday is the science fair at Slatington.
Okay.
So,
Yep, thank you. So 6:15 science fair at Slatington this Thursday.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. And that's all I have for this evening. Thank you so much, everyone, for a lot of good conversation tonight, a lot of good guidance for administration. Yes.
Tomorrow, is it correct, because normally the safety committee meets at 2, scheduled for 1?
Oh.
Which one was yours?
Just let me check my calendar.
It doesn't work, so we can't.